The Central Unified Board District meeting for October 26, 2021 is called to order at 6:03. Our first order of business is attendance. Please let the record reflect that all board members are in attendance. Our next item is adoption of the agenda. What are the wishes of the board on this item? I have a motion by Trustee Cervantes. I have a second by Trustee Chan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. Our next item is comments from the public on closed session items. If there is any member of the public wishing to provide a comment during our closed session, now is the time to come forward. Or related to the closed session items, you can either come forward if you are here in person, or the number to dial is 559-276-3150. If we can allow 30 seconds to pass before we close our closed session comments. Once again, for those of you watching from remotely, if you'd like to provide a comment related to any of the agendized closed session items, the number to call is 559-276-3150.
Thirty seconds have passed, and we have no comments by phone at this time.
Thank you. Hearing no comments, we will now adjourn to closed session and return to open session at 7 p.m. or as soon as thereafter. Thank you, everyone. We're ready to go live, please. Thank you. The board reconvenes to open session at 7:31. Items to report from closed session. The certificated personnel report, we had a motion by trustee Mailing, a second by trustee Brooks, 6 yes votes and 1 abstention by trustee Paul. The classified personnel report, motion by trustee Cervantes, a second by trustee Paul, unanimous support. And that'll conclude the reports from our closed session, and we will continue with our agenda. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can please have Vice President Solis lead us. Thank you.
Please stand and face the flag. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have our presentations and reports. First, we will have student recognition. Acting Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to ask Principal Holterman and Area Administrator Jeff Garrett to come up to introduce our incredible students that are out here and staff that had a successful season back at the Fresno Fair. It was my first chance for the Round Robin Championship, and so I'm really glad some of you placed in that because it was fun to see the incredible work you were doing all throughout that process. So take it away.
All right, good evening, President Carrillo, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Davis. The Central High School FFA and Agriculture Department has a strong tradition and history of success at the Fresno Fair. This 2021 Fresno Fair has added to this legacy. We want to congratulate all of our students who participated this year, and it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Dave Holterman, the principal of Central High School, and he will be introducing students who accomplished tremendous achievements at this year's fair and the incredible staff who provided guidance and support. Mr. Holterman.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett, and thank you, Acting Superintendent Mrs. Davis, Acting President Carrillo, and members of the board. A lot of great things are happening at Central High School, but one of the shining stars is our ag program and our FFA. And so I'd like to introduce first our teachers, and then we'll call up the students with their awards. First, we have June Betancourt, Terry Downs, Jessica Fahey, Daryl Hirschler, Yesenia Ramirez, and Chris Williams. If you could come down here. And then we'll go with each of who does what, who advises in what area, and which students earn what awards. The first one is for our GOATs. June Betancourt is the advisor. She'll wave to you. And then students, when you hear your name called, you'll come up one at a time. And then if you get a second award, then you'll just raise your hand. We had 2 Dairy Goat Market champions, FFA champion and Reserve Supreme champion, Emma Van Ness. We had FFA Reserve champion, Ariana Cantu. Come on down. We had 2 Dairy Goat Breeding champions, Junior Champion Nubian, Eric Mendoza, and Reserve Junior Champion Recorded Grade, Stacy Thur. We had 2 Dairy Doe Replacement Show champions, FFA Champion Stacy Thur, and FFA Reserve Champion Eric Mendoza. In the Dairy Goat Showmanship category, we had 2. Junior Senior Division, Stacy Thur took first, and Faith Schroeder took second place. In our rabbits breeding, Mrs. Betancourt is also the advisor. We had Haley Navarrete. She had the best of breed for Lionhead. For our swine, Chris Williams is the advisor. In market and breeding classes, we had some wins as well. Champion and Reserve Bred and Owned Market, Champion and Reserve Breeding Female, and Champion and Reserve Bred and Owned Breeding Female all went to Justin Collier. Gracie Mailing took Champion Hampshire in market, in breeding, and in swine showmanship in the freshman-sophomore division. Gracie Mailing took second place. For our sheep and floral, Terry Downs is the advisor. In sheep market and breeding classes, here are the champions. Mia Rosas was champion Dorset. Toby Davis was champion Suffolk. And Kaylee Ramos was reserve champion Hamp and champion Crossbred. For sheep showmanship, Kaylee Ramos also took first place in the advanced showmanship division and second place overall in the round robin event. In the freshman sophomore showmanship division, Macy Richardson took first place. And in the floral division, which is also overseen by Terry Downs, we had a few best of shows. Cameron Owens was best of show in the table dried and silk arrangement, and Macy Richardson was best in show in the miniature dried and silk arrangement. And in beef, we only have two more. In beef, Jessica Fahey is the advisor, and beef market classes, Stacy Thur took reserve champion, bred and owned. And in our plants division, Yesenia Ramirez is the advisor, and in the fruit nut entries, Carlos Palafox took best of show for dried fruit. We are so proud of our students and all of the hard work that went into these events. They make Central High School very proud, and I'm sure Central Unified as well. Thank you, students. Give them a clap. Now, students, follow your advisors. They're going to go.
Oh, is there enough space? Oh. Is there enough room for them to walk? We'll make room. Don't fall safely. Can you all join me for one more big round of applause for these students? As well as their teachers. Thank you and congratulations to you all. Next, we have employee recognition. Assistant Superintendent Collegian.
Thank you, President Carrillo. It is my pleasure to introduce the new principal of Teague Elementary School, Mr. Dr. Nate Mullen. Principal, please come on up. Want to congratulate Dr. Mullen for the assignment and wish him, his staff, and his students a wonderful school year. Thank you so much, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we move on to Employee Association highlights. We do not have a representative from the Central Unified Teachers Association. Unless I'm incorrect, then please speak now. Okay. California School Employees Association, I did see President Chacon. Hello, welcome.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Acting Superintendent Ketty, Ms. Davis. At this time, I actually have nothing to report to you guys, but I would like to give a shout out to, give a shout out to the classified members that were dealing with the rain on Monday. It came in really, really strong, fast, and hard. With that, either you were driving in it, you're cleaning up from it, fixing something in it, or just what I say is the hardest is keeping the kids out of it. Like I said, thank you to all the members, classified members that participated and did all these things that in the rain. It doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Superintendent and Board Communications. Acting Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. This week, our schools are recognizing Red Ribbon Week. Red Ribbon Week is the largest drug awareness campaign in the nation and takes place in the last week of October. During this time, students are reminded to make positive life choices by saying no to drugs and to make it fun and interactive. As you may be seeing on social media, our schools are hosting themed days to really bring together their groups and are having some fun while getting educated. It is also our elementary parent conferences this week. And very pleased to be hearing reports from schools that a lot of our parents are taking advantage of those conferences, and they continue throughout this week. I also want to recognize all of our students and staff who participated in last Friday's Special Olympics, which took place at Rio Vista Middle School. Several of our Special Olympics athletes gave it their all as they participated in soccer matches and soccer-related activities. I hope you saw the media coverage of that. Our educators and our central soccer team were also present to help guide our students towards success, and the end result was a lot of smiling faces and plenty of goals. And I'd also like to congratulate, it was a busy weekend for us. We have had a lot of senior nights in our athletics. We finished our play, Mamma Mia, and I'd like to congratulate all of our elementary students who participated in the CEAL Fall Athletics Championship this weekend. We had hundreds of students out participating in cross-country, football, and volleyball. And that's it for right now.
Thank you. Is there any board member wishing to provide any comment? Trustee Chan?
I just wanted to recognize and share with the board, we're joined this evening by our Sixth Service and Honor Society from our three high school campuses from Central High, Central East, and Garza. They're in the back. They're here as part of our Learning Local Democracy program. So they're joining school board meetings, getting a chance to reflect on city council and board of supervisor meetings and just understand how local democracy works. In addition with them is our CAR Elevate program, which we have at Central East, as well as it's also on 7 campuses across the state that are looking at different innovative ways to mitigate substance abuse at high school campuses. So just want to recognize you all and thank you all for coming.
Yes, thank you and welcome. Is there any other board member wishing to provide any updates or information? Okay, hearing nothing further, we'll move on with comments from the public. If there is any individual here in person who would like to provide comments on any item not currently on the agenda, we will call your name now and you will have a minute and a half. Individuals who are watching from home or from a remote location, if you wish to provide a comment to the board related on an item not currently on the agenda but within our jurisdiction, the number to dial is 559-276-3150. Each individual who wishes to speak during this time will have a minute and a half to provide their comment. Please be respectful of your time and please complete your comment during the minute and a half. Clerk Brooks?
First, I have A. Singh. Can't pronounce the first name. A-V-A-R. Singh.
Hi, my name is Kirandeep Kaur.
My name's Albert.
And I'm Ria Randawa. We are here from the CAD and Elevate program here at Central East. We are working on ways to mitigate substance use on campus, thinking about having a needs assessment and plan to present to you over the year.
We watched The Killer High and it was powerful. We hope to come up with a long-term plan to use Narcan available on campus.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other speakers? Do we have any callers?
No callers at this time.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will conclude our comments from the public and we move on to the consent agenda. I would like to pull item K2. We do have some public comment related to item K2. If there are no other items that need to be pulled or requiring further discussion, what are the wishes of the board related to the consent agenda items 1 and 3 and 4?
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, I heard a motion by trustee Solis and a second by trustee Paul. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next, we will hear item K2, adopt resolution number 2021-2022-16, declaring November 2021 as California Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month. If we, go ahead, would you like to provide a presentation on that?
This is a returning resolution, as you can hopefully have just heard in November, is California Sikh Awareness, American Awareness and Appreciation Month. And as we have started doing even more frequently now that Mr. Magayon has joined us, we want to celebrate through video and recognize the individuals that are part of our Sikh heritage and our students as well.
And we do have public comment on this item, so if we can please call the individuals, you will have a minute and a half to address the board. Clerk Brooks?
As Romaine, DHINDSA.
Hi, my name is Brahmin. I go to Justin Garza, and it's my first board meeting, and I hope to give more public comments in future, and I'm happy to be here. Hi, I'm Vanshdeep. I also go to Justin Garza High School. This is my first board meeting as well. I love seeing Punjabis in my school, and I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. We're happy to have you guys here as well.
And next I have GURFATCH Gill.
Is this working? Okay. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a great day. My name is Rurababi Singh. I am a junior at Central High East Campus. I'm an officer in the SHSS Club on campus, and I'm also part of the CAD internship program. Today, we would like to talk to you about the essence of Sikh Heritage Month. If you didn't already know, both Gurfateh and I are Sikhs. Sikhism is not pushed forth in school and even in our history classes, and yet more and more students every year are Sikhs in our campuses. Our main goal is to spread awareness and recognition about Sikhi to everyone across our campuses and into the school system. I'll pass this concern on to my partner.
Good evening. My name is Gurfateh Gill. I attend Central High School, and I have been a part of the Central Unified School System since 6th grade. Next month begins Sikh Heritage Month, and it is amazing to see our community get recognition. Sikh Heritage Month occurs during November, and its presence should be more recognized. And I believe we should further spread it and educate others about, especially our students on our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you both. Does that conclude our comments? Thank you. Any comments or discussion by the board? If not, what are the wishes of the board on the adoption of the resolution?
Motion to approve K2.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Solis to approve our consent agenda item number 2. Is there a second? I have a second by Trustee Chan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you to our students for joining us and for providing comment. Next, we move on to our action items. Our first item is student discipline cases. I am going to ask that we separate the two items. So our first item is case number 21-22-004. What are the wishes of the board on this item? Trustee Solis?
I'd like to make a motion that we modify the disciplinary action to time served and for the student to continue to receive the social counseling support that they were receiving already.
Okay. Is there a second? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Solis.
Excuse me, President Carrillo, can you
Yeah.
repeat the motion?
Yes. I have a motion by Trustee Solis and a second by Trustee Brooks. The motion is to modify the recommended case and continue the social emotional support for time served. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries 6-1-0. Our next item, also under student discipline cases, is case number 21-22-005. What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Move to approve.
I have a motion by trustee Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by trustee Solis. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have item L2, discuss and adopt resolution number 2122-18, resolution continuing Board of Trustee authority to hold virtual meetings pursuant to AB 361. Acting Superintendent Davis.
Thank you, President Carrillo. This item comes to you for the first time this evening in accordance with the executive order of our governor. AB 361 continues certain teleconferencing allowances given the health and safety requirements that we currently are under. Those specifically that can continue to be allowed should the findings be approved by you this evening in the resolution are that should you become unhealthy or be traveling, you are able to continue to participate in a board meeting through teleconference, and our agendized process to do that does not require that the location be identified or made public or allow for public access should you be ill, and would still allow you to continue participation. It also continues to allow capacity in this space to make sure that the individuals that are attending meetings are following the safety order and the guidance from our health department, and continues our requirement and our commitment to allow for community engagement through both phone calls as well as people attending in person. Following any questions that you may have, we do recommend approval of this resolution and then subsequent every 30 days, bringing it back until our health order changes.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the public?
No comments by phone at this time.
Thank you. Any board discussion? Questions or comments from the board? If not, I'll move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have accept gifts to district. Assistant Superintendent McLean.
Thank you, President Carrillo. Tonight, we were asking the board to accept a gift from Ranjit Singh, doing business as Love God Truck Line, for a $500 donation to River Bluff Elementary School for ASB student activities.
Thank you. Any comments from the public?
No comments by phone at this time.
Thank you. If I can just have administration let me know, staff know if we do have any comments. Thank you. Any discussion by the board on this item? I move to accept the gifts. Is there a second? Thank you, Trustee Brooks. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you for your generosity. Next, we have discuss and approve district superintendent search. This item returns from our previous discussion. The board approved soliciting a request for proposals related to a superintendent search. We have received 4, and we do have a representative from each organization present, and they will be provided time to address the board if they want to review their proposal. We do have a request from one of the organizations, from Leadership Associates, is that correct, to provide a presentation? We do? Do we have representatives from Leadership Associates? Okay. If you can come forward, you will have 5 minutes to provide your presentation. We will then allow each representative from the rest of the organizations to address the board as well, and then we will move to any public comment and discussion by the board.
Good evening, President Carrillo, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Davis. My name is Juan Garza, and I'm a partner with Leadership Associates. And I just want to say it's very touching to hear students from Justin Garza High School present and speak to you tonight. Justin Garza was my son-in-law, married to my daughter Regina. I have been with partner with Leadership Associates for 5 years. Prior to being in Leadership Associates, I was the superintendent at Kings Canyon Unified School District for 15 years. That's Reedley, Orange Cove, and the mountain communities. Principal at Reedley High School for 10 years. And my bio is in the proposal. However, I do want to note that in 1983, I was hired at the Central High School before it unified and worked 7 more years there after unification. I'd like to have my partner, Dr. Sally Frazier, introduce herself.
Good evening. I'm Sally Frazier, and I formerly was Madera County Superintendent of Schools for 24 years, so quite familiar with this Central Valley area, still live in Madera. Prior to that, I did work in Modesto City Schools, as well as when it was Richmond Unified School District, currently West Contra Costa. I've been with Leadership Associates for 10 years. I've done about 50 searches throughout the state and varying sizes of districts. Juan and I were both involved with the Fresno Unified School District search, the Modesto City, Stockton. I've also been involved with Martinez Unified, Mount Diablo, and I wanted to name a couple that are one in 2014, which is Pittsburgh Unified, and 2017, Los Banos, and 2013, Lammersville Unified, to also show some of the staying power of the superintendents that we do place. Juan and I have also worked with many of the district superintendents within the various counties in the Central Valley through a Superintendent Leadership Series that Leadership Associates presents. So we have a broad network of superintendents. We've been in Tulare, Fresno, Merced, and Madera counties with that leadership series. We'd also like to announce that if indeed we are selected to have the honor of working with your board, that we would have a new associate of Leadership Associates shadowing us somewhat in this, Blanco Cervases, who just formerly was with Taft Unified School District for 8 years.
I apologize, I got a little emotional there. There are 15 partners with Leadership Associates, and while Dr. Sally Frazier and I will be the face, if selected, of Leadership Associates, the other partners assist in the search by assisting us with reference checking, networking, and also recruiting candidates for us. Leadership Associates in our proposal states that we've conducted 65% of the searches in the state of California. That figure is being updated. It's around 75%. And I credit that to the trust that boards have in Leadership Associates, our process, and our reputation. 85% of the superintendents that we've placed over the years have remained in their positions for 5 years or more. We also work very diligently to meet the diverse needs within the state of California. For example, 67% of the finalists were women and/or candidates of color. I like to say that we are a search and support organization. We don't just assist and support you in selecting your next superintendent, but we support in a variety of different ways, as Sally mentioned, through workshops on roles, responsibilities of the board and the superintendent, protocols. We also facilitate superintendent's evaluations, and I'm currently involved in coaching a variety of many superintendents here in the Fresno County area, coach some district level administrators and principals. So with that, back to Sally.
Just a brief reference to our proposal, which I understand you have all received in advance. And it would refer to pages 6 and 7, and that would be the phases of our search. I think you will find that most search firms will have similar phases involved, but we'd like to ensure that the board understands that we start and end with the board. Our stakeholder input is critical to the whole process, as is the selection of candidates. It is your search. It is the match to your district and your community. And I see the time is running out, so I'm not going to be real specific on that, but if there are questions about the phases of our search, particularly the selection and stakeholder, be happy to address those.
Thank you. We're going to allow all of the partners here today, and then we will come back with any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from Casca Group? Yeah.
Good evening, President Correa, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Davis. My name is Has McDanielian, and this is my partner, Dr. Fred Navarro. We represent the Casca Group. The Casca Group has been around for over 20 years and has a track record of successfully placing superintendents in districts where they have 95% or more of them have stayed for 5 years or over on the job. Dr. Fred Navarro and I have a combined experience of 70 years in education. We're still young though, you know. But out of which 20 was as superintendents. I most recently retired from Norwalk La Mirada Unified School District, and prior to that, I was at Brawley Union High School District in Imperial County. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. You have already seen our proposal, so we are not going to just go over the details, but over the highlights, so that we can just summarize what's in the proposal. Dr. Navarro.
Good evening. And I was superintendent at Lennox Elementary School District and Newport Mesa Unified, from which I retired in August 2020. First, let me take you to our executive summary. I sent you an executive summary, which is also part of our overall proposal. But first, I just want to go through this. It's a 2-page summary which goes over the whole process. And I want to tell you that these are themes that build on each other. It's sequential, but yet each of the stage relies on the previous stage. So first of all, the dates are negotiable. Those are sample dates that we provided the board in your request. But again, the board is in charge of the process. We will modify the dates to whatever the board chooses. The first part is pre-recruitment. It's really important that we get together with you and find out from the board what qualities and characteristics are you looking for in your superintendent, okay? And that starts off the process, because then we go out on behalf of the board to the community and ask the same questions. What do they want to see in their next leader? We bring that information back to you, and from that, you help us develop the marketing materials that we're going to go on that launch us into the next stage of recruitment. And you'll see the next stage of recruitment is the longest stage, because we initiate a statewide recruitment strategy at that point. Those marketing materials would be blanketed to every district in the state, all the districts and all the county districts, and then we will also mobilize our partners. We have 23 partners across the state to also go out and recruit on your behalf. Now, that launches us into the next stage, which is the selection of candidates and interviews. By then, we've spent 3 weeks recruiting, and our firm has conducted all the referrals on every one of those applications so that you know what you're getting, and there isn't any hidden information about the candidates, at least that we can uncover. And that at that point, we'll come back with you. You'll pick the questions for the interviews as we go through the candidates you want to see, and you also get to see every single one of the applications as the entire board. You'll get to see whatever we've gotten. And then that takes us into the interviews. Hopefully, if we do our job well, it will be a hard job for you to pick the top candidates, because they'll all be so good. That's our job, is to make your work a little difficult in that way. But then we come to the finalists, which is always the hardest part of the selection process for boards, because it's always a very, very difficult to choose between 2 strong potential leaders that could come to your district. But we get through that, and we do help you through the selection process of your finalists, and then with the announcement of that candidate. Lastly, I want to make sure that you understand we provide you with a couple of years of support, okay, to your new superintendent, and then we also come in and provide you with some team building workshops, because it is important to work as a team. And every team, there are people who take certain roles, and if you don't do your roles together and well, it's hard to work as a team. So it's really important to understand, what makes chemistry good on a governance team, because your new superintendent is going to be part of your governance team, and a team is a team, and you all work together to support each other to be successful. And lastly, I'd like to say that regarding the selection of the superintendent, what we do is we promise you that if your superintendent doesn't stay for 2 years, we're going to conduct the next selection for expenses only. There won't be another charge of a fee for it. And I'm going to turn it over to Hasmik, who will finish up the last document we gave
I
you.
think I'm just going to reiterate what Dr. Navarro said, that our guarantee is that you will see a comprehensive list of all the candidates, not the ones that we have, I can stop, that we have recommended. And, we guarantee our work for 2 years. If not, at no charge to the district, we will conduct the search again. Thank you so much.
Next, do we have a representative from Hazard Young Aria and Associates? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
President Carrillo and Acting Superintendent Davis and Board of Trustees. I thank you for this opportunity to present our proposal for one of the most important decisions that you will make, that you will undertake as Board of Trustees, and that is finding your next superintendent. Our firm, HYA, which is Hazard Young and Athea, but I'm going to refer to it as HYA. What you find about us is we have a local focus, but a national reach. We are a national firm, which means that we provide a lot of services that reach beyond just our state. But I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a retired superintendent, recently out of Salinas City Elementary School District after 45 years of public education. Started off as a paraprofessional and did every other job from a teacher to principal to central office, probably had 3 different titles in central office, and then ended my career as a superintendent. And so right now I currently serve as the co-executive director for the California Association for Latino Superintendents and Administrators. So when we talk about our reach is far. And my particular position, I get to know a lot of aspiring administrators and the top of those. So we engage in a 4-step process that begins with engage stage, which really includes interviews, of course, with your cabinet and any other focus groups that you'd like us to hold. We have a comprehensive online survey that has a whole bunch of research-based analytics behind it, and we'll provide you with those results. The next stage is a recruit stage where we will, again, expand that reach that we have. I mean, I tell you right now that we're also right now are currently doing the search for San Francisco Unified, which I'm on the team for San Francisco Unified, and we're also doing the search for LA Unified as we speak. So again, as candidates are coming our way, we begin to know who those folks are that are going to be looking for their next move, or move lateral from one superintendency to a different superintendency. Our firm has a firm commitment on equity, diversity, and inclusion. And so we look for candidates specifically that have typically been overlooked sometimes and are underrepresented in these key positions, and you can guarantee that that's one thing we will be seeking out. Also, our candidates, our associates themselves, we have a diverse team of about 120 associates, and we have a very diversified associates that include both gender, race, ethnicity, and represent us very well. So in the recruitment stage, we really are looking for that commitment to diversity and equity and inclusion as we go out and we seek your candidates. The selection process is probably the most interactive, but we also start with the planning meeting with the board to get everything set into motion. But back into the third part of the process, which is the selection phase, we engage you really hand in hand. You get to look at every applicant that came in. You get to determine the number of candidates that we will be interviewing. And of course, we'll facilitate the whole process with your semi and finalists. And you can see, you have a PowerPoint also, I think that has a lot more detail than the proposal. But there's optional pieces that we can conduct during that selection phase. So we'll lead you to the end, and just like everybody else, we don't leave when you get your appointed new superintendent. We'll be here through the transition of that. We will offer additional services to help you with that, but certainly we'll have meetings where you will do some goal setting and really get acquainted with what you're doing. One thing I left out, I got 44 seconds left. I forgot to introduce, I have a partner. She's snowed in Tahoe area. She tried to get out today and Highway 80 was closed. And Diane Seary, who is very familiar with this area, has worked in the Merced County, has been a county superintendent, and has done a multitude of searches. She's also will be helping in this search. So here she is. And I think I made it.
Thank you. McPherson and Jacobson?
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, Vice President Solis, and Acting Superintendent Davis, as well as all members of the board. My name is Stanley Monroe. I'm with McPherson and Jacobson. Thank you for this opportunity. This is one of the most important decisions as a board that you will make in terms of selecting the next superintendent. Just a few facts about McPherson and Jacobson. Over the last 5 years, almost 80% of the candidates selected, the superintendents selected, are still in their superintendency. After 10 years, that number remains at 55%. So they have a very strong record of not only placing superintendents, but making sure that they are fully supported in that process. And that process, if we look at it, consists of 5 phases of the superintendent search in your packet. If we look at phase 1, first off, establishing the characteristics of a new superintendent with the board and making sure that there is consistency with that selection, establishing a timeline for the superintendent search, determining the advertising venues, which are critical to making sure that you're targeting the audience that you'd like to reach. Phase 2, stakeholder input meetings, but then again, also making sure that within that stakeholder input meeting, that the board also has the absolute say in that process, but that you're also pulling in your stakeholders, developing and distributing application advertising materials, and recruiting and tracking the applicants. We don't have a stable of superintendents that are waiting, but what we do is make sure that we track and follow the careers of current superintendent, former superintendents, and make sure that we approach them based on the characteristics that you have identified, and then we try and recruit and encourage them to apply based on the characteristics that you have outlined if we see that there is a key match. And then phase 3, this is where we really earn our fee. The evaluation and reference checks of the applicants. This is where we become really the investigator. Really, first, for every applicant, making sure that we get our key reference checks, 3, 4 references, and then going back 2 and 3 and 4 additional references based on the original reference check. And by that I mean checking with your city council members, the local mayor, the neighboring superintendents, teachers, former districts, of course, but really being really thorough, looking at all Google searches as well. Developing interview questions in conjunction with the board and what they would like to see. Again, going back to when we look at establishing the characteristics of that new superintendent. Phase 4, selection of the applicants to be interviewed. Interviewing of the candidates will meet with stakeholders based again on reaching out to the board, the community. Who would you like to see? Clergy, teachers, business leaders in the community. And then the process of the selection of the new superintendent after we've gone through all the steps and the interviews and creating the interview questions. And then phase 5, this is a real key step. Establishing superintendent performance objectives, really working closely with the board to see this is what our expectations are. This is the expectation of the superintendent of the board, really coming to a consensus, and then putting forth those objectives and agreeing upon them. And then that guarantee of stage 5 is critical, that 2-year guarantee. So what that means is that we will meet quarterly with the superintendent, and then twice yearly, we will meet with the board president. And then if at any point in time the superintendent leaves within that time period, we guarantee that we will complete the process all over again, no charge except for the fees. So no charge except for any expenses, any expenses, that's the only charge incurred. But all the other fees to do the entire search over, that would be completely incurred by McPherson and Jacobson. So thank you.
Thank you. Discussion by the board? Trustee Solis?
Question for the staff, whoever can answer it. What's the approximate cost of doing this function in-house?
Approximate cost, if my office were to do it, Mr. Solis, would be about $10,000.
Thank you. Another question for the staff. Whoever reviewed these vendors' contracts, what's the price spread range with all of them?
I'm sorry, Mr. Solis, I didn't pick that up.
Whoever reviewed the vendor's contract, proposed contract to us, the prices, what's the low, what's the high?
The value of the contracts proposed? Higher than what my office can do, but generally about where the going rate is now for superintendent searches. I would say they're fair.
So Trustee Solis, are you asking for the exact number?
Yeah.
Okay, I can provide that to you. So HYA.
Oh, I'm sorry, the exact number. I didn't pick that up. Apologies.
Yeah, no worries, I thought so. So I can assist. HYA is $23,500. So is Leadership Associates. They are the same price. They are the lowest. The highest is McPherson and Jacobson at $27,000.
Thank you. For the vendors, could I have a representative of each one of the vendors stand right there? I have a couple questions for you. Don't be shy. Come on.
Just be nice, Trustee Solis.
My first question is, under your contracts, what's the total number of candidates you guarantee to this district for this position? Who wants to go first?
We don't have a guarantee, a bottom line, but our effort is always to get between 25 and 30 applicants per search. Depends on the time of year that could be affected by. But really, if you can get 25 candidates to apply, you have a pretty good pool. That's our experience.
Okay, so I'll take your answer to be 0 to 25. Who's next?
Yes, I agree. We cannot guarantee you an exact number, but I can tell you what's happened in the last few months for the searches that we've been conducting. They've been averaging between 20 to 30 applicants.
Okay, I'll take that to 0 to pi. Who's next?
Our experience most recently is there's been a slight dip in the number, but I would say for your district and the growth and size, I would say about 20 to 25 would be reasonable, with the intent of bringing at least 4 to 6 forward that would be very strong candidates for interview to the board.
So per your contract, you're going to supply 25 candidates?
20 to 25, yes.
That says that in your contract?
And, the contract does not specify a number, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we would look at around 30 to 35 candidates, and then again winnowing that field, based again on what the board would like us to bring forward.
Okay, and it states that in your contract?
No, we don't guarantee
Thank you.
a hard number.
All right, next question. How many candidates from out of state do you guarantee to bring forward?
We don't guarantee a specific number of candidates from out of state. Our website at Leadership Associates does have over 800 persons that subscribe to it, but no guarantee on the numbers. We've had typically 4 to 6 in recent applications from out of state.
Thank you. Next.
We don't have a guarantee for out of state, but I just was part of the team that completed the Marysville search, and we got 6 from out of state to apply.
Thank you.
If you look at the PowerPoint, you will see that our go-to place, the number one go-to place, is the search page for HYA. And we get, I think, about 6,000 hits a month. And so the reach is large. I can also wanted to say that our networks with both ALAS, which is the kind of the mothership of CALSA, it's the Association for Latino Superintendents and Administrators. We did their search for the executive director. We have a lot of associates in the networks there. I would say you could probably get somewhere between, I don't know, 4 to 8, maybe out of state. It depends on, again, I think what you're hearing from all of us is it's the timing also. This is not the common time. If we were doing this in probably January, February, you'd probably be hearing larger numbers from us. But yes, we would get some probably state candidates if that's what you're looking for.
In your current contract that you submitted to us, how many out-of-state candidates are you going to submit per your contract?
We don't have a guarantee, but again, we are a national search firm, so you most likely will probably get some of those. Again, at our planning meeting with you, we will kind of ask you, what is your wants? What is your desires? What do you want us to reach out for? And we'll do that during the recruit stage.
McPherson and Jacobson averages 250,000 hits per month on their website. So while we cannot guarantee the number of out-of-state candidates, if you look at our reach, we can definitely, again, work with the board and tailor what it is that you're looking for in that candidate, and obviously what region or area or what it is that you're looking for in that candidate and where you're looking for that candidate from. And if you do, obviously we're a leading national firm, so I would have no issue making sure that we can pull candidates from across the nation, but we cannot guarantee, nor is it in the contract.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last question, and we can just do a show of hands, make it quick. Per your contracts, if one of your candidates you submit, we select, per your contract, are they required to accept the position? Anyone whose contract says that, raise your hand.
Repeat the question, please.
Per your contract that you submitted to this district, are your candidates required, if we select them, to accept the position? Seeing no hands, thank you very much for your time. With that, basically what I did today is went down some of the reasons previous board members had said they wanted to go this pathway to show the cost it was going to cost and exactly what you're buying. For that reason, I still speak in favor of doing this in-house.
President Carrillo, I had some questions before we move into internal discussion. My question was similar, and if there's no one that has any different answer, my question was a little slightly different than Trustee Solis, but it had to do with reach, geographical reach. I'm assuming that the geographical reach, there wouldn't be any different answer that you would provide other than you would have a large geographic reach around the country, correct? Thank you. The other thing that I would ask, got one more question, is that right?
Go ahead.
The other question that I would ask is when there's an opening, our HR people would probably be contacted individually or separately. And Jack, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Collegian. in that situation where someone reached out to HR, independently of them reaching out to you, you would work with the district in, I'm guessing, tell me if I'm wrong, in evaluating whether or not that candidate would fit within the group of maybe finalists or semifinalists that you would be evaluating, and then you would advise our administration to that effect, correct? Does that sound reasonable? How would that, and then if there's a difference in that interaction, if you could explain that.
So
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Thank
But
you.
our practice is we produce the application, and the application goes directly to us as your consultant team. If the school district gets an inquiry, we ask that they submit our application to us, because that triggers our background checks of every application. And those background checks determine what kind of review we provide you when we have all of the applications together.
Thank you. I have another question if you all want to stick around. Thank you.
Part of the planning meeting, part of the interviews, especially with board members and your cabinet members, will be actually to inquire, are there any names that we should be soliciting? And so that's one way. Of course, we'll work hand in hand with the HR department, but as firms, we have our application process. All of the applications come through us, and I just wanted to say that HYA pre-screens every single candidate. Doesn't mean that you will see the entire list of all the candidates, but we will give you a tiered, if you look at one of the slides, we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and many times those candidates that we may not think were the ones we were going to select for the semi and the finalists, you may think they are. And so you have those opportunities. There's a lot of interaction, but the interaction is with the board. Really, it is. We will certainly engage staff if they have any information that's being called, directly to their offices. But we're your search firm. We're basically doing the HR piece for you, and helping you and supporting you in this most important decision that you'll be making.
Thank you.
Basically, we use the same process. If selected, we would work with your HR department in advance so that if someone applies directly to the district, they would refer them to us so that they could go through the same screening process that we would go through in terms of all of the qualities, characteristics, the reference checking, and all of the things to try to match the candidates and present to you a pool which meets all of the criteria that you and the stakeholders have laid out.
As outlined in phase 3, that's a critical part of this process, is making sure that we formally vet the candidates. That's where we become, like we said, the investigators. So we would, the process would be that in working in conjunction with the board, that we would fully vet the candidates, that nothing slips by, because both the district's reputation as well as the search firm's reputation is critical. It's on the line. So we want to make sure that we uphold what we firmly believe in, and we stand by these 5 phases. So to answer your question, yes, we would solicit those names from the district as well, which they would be coming from HR. That'd be great. We want those names, but we'd want to vet them. But one thing to clarify, we do not eliminate any names off of the list. We don't hide any names from you. We take all the names and we present them to you, but we would also, with our vetting, present to you a number of candidates that we believe match your criteria based on working in conjunction with the board and the community and our stakeholders, saying, okay, here's what we believe, but here are all of the names.
Thank you. One last question. What would you say is the primary benefit of hiring one of your firms over doing an internal HR search?
Well, I think the primary benefit, having been a superintendent for several years, is this is quite frankly, a humbling process. It is a lot of hours, a lot of time, You'll have a staff that's already doing a full-time job, and they may not have the resources or the time to be able to go through all the stages that we'll go through as thoroughly as we can do that as experienced educators. I think you're bringing in experienced administrators who have been in organizations for many, many years, who have expertise in HR procedures, as well as all the other legal procedures that kind of are important in a selection process, because it is an employment, and there is an interest in there for people who are applying for this job. And you want to make sure that it's done legally, it's done clean, and it's done above board. And I don't think that, and I think staffs can do that, but they're also burdened with their jobs. They have a lot of hours already put in, and you have to consider that. Is that fair to them? Not that they couldn't do it, but could they give it the attention they might need to and still do their job as well as you want them to do their day job? So I think you bring in a couple experts that are going to perform well. In our case, if you really want to know what's important to us, is we want to do the best job we can for you. You know, we're not a firm that's going to go after every RFP. We choose RFPs based on the community that we see, and we choose to apply to those. We chose to apply to yours. Did some homework on Central. You know, it's doing some really great things. Today was a really good example of that with your FAA kids. Also, you have a diverse community. Those are important to us. So we chose to apply because of the type of community you serve. We don't apply to all, but I will tell you that you'll get Dr. Danielian and I full-time, 100%, round the clock for whatever you need, and that's hard to get with your staff.
Everything that's already repeated, I'm not going to repeat because we all do that. I think we are all here, and I do think it's a sense of time, but I wanted to bring up what I think is an important point. As a superintendent, I was your employee. I worked for the board. When other employees are hired within your district, they're the district employees. So the superintendent is your number one employee. They are your employees. So you want the process, I would think, to be objective. Not that that wouldn't happen internally, but this is your opportunity to really go for the best. And I'm just going to be here. I stand among the giants behind me, and I think you'll find that all of us bring such levels of credibility to your board, and we'll be working for you as individuals and for you as a collective body to bring forth the best candidate we have. And again, we have a reach. You know, we have a stable. We have so much more than just somebody replying directly to your district. And right now, I'm thinking pandemic. I'm thinking of the chaos many districts are in. It's really about time. Thank you.
All that's been said in addition to that, I think that Sally and I are both local, and the vetting process, the recruitment process, the reference checking, all of that goes with it. All of our procedures have been very successful throughout the state of California, and that's our number one job and our only job, is helping school boards across the state, in particular the San Joaquin Valley, supporting education, supporting the leadership, the governance team, and the decision-making process. So that would be the benefit. It's our full-time job and expertise.
One of the questions that was posed was out-of-state candidates, national, our ability to recruit nationally. And that's where I think that's another important piece. Having that stable of candidates that we know, that we have crossed paths with, that we've been able to see in action, that we believe in, those are things that I believe we would be able to dedicate our full time to be able to recruit those candidates, to be able to have those conversations, to be able to go through that vetting process, to really spend that time, that detail, to go to neighboring districts, to speak to all various stakeholders, that with your commitment to serving the district, that it could take away that time. But given that you entrust us to do that work, and we're putting our reputation on the line, you would be getting 100% of us to complete that task. Thank you.
Thank you all for your responses.
Thank you. Before we have any further discussion by the board, we do have a caller, and I apologize for not asking for those comments before beginning our discussion. If we can have the caller please provide their comment, they will have 1.5 minutes to address the board.
So our caller is teacher John Lonnie. Call is being sent over. I apologize for the delay. All right, John, you are on with the board. You have 1:30. Make sure your listening device is turned down so we can hear you. Your time starts now. John, can you hear us? John?
My name is John Lowney. I've been a school teacher in Central Unified for over 28 years. I absolutely love this school district. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been in the district for 28 years as a school teacher. I absolutely love this community, love the school district. I haven't always supported the hirings that the district has come up with in the past. However, sitting in front of you this evening and sitting in front of you for months at a time, there is a wonderful, more than qualified administrator in Ketty Davis. You could. I've been in the district for 8 years. I love this community. Love this district.
John, can you turn down your audio on the other end?
Yes, I did. I just did that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Ketty has impeccable intelligence. She knows curriculum. She's worked with many assistant superintendents in the district. She's worked with parents. She's worked with principals. She has the support of most of the teachers in the school district. She's been a teacher herself, teaching in Madison, where I had the pleasure of teaching with her and her husband. And I don't think we have to go any further. I believe Mr. Solis talked about an in-house search. Well, you don't have to go any further than that auditorium right now. Sitting in front of you is Ketty Davis. And I don't think you could find anybody at the district level right now who wouldn't agree with me that through these difficult times, she has been nothing but professional. She's on top of things. And I don't see why we have to spend $20,000 to $30,000 on a search when we have somebody with outstanding credentials right in front of you right here. It could stop tonight. If you write up a contract, she's ready to start as a full-time superintendent tomorrow. But the board, I know it's a decision you have to make, but I implore you to really look closely at Ketty Davis. You're not going to find a better human being for the job, who loves the kids and who has put a lot of time into this district.
That concludes your time. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you for the time. I much appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Do we have any other comments?
Yes, we have 2 others. We have Kensel Jurgen, grandparent.
Yes.
Kensel, you're on with the board. You have 1:30. Make sure your listening device is turned down so we can hear you. Your time starts now.
Yeah, it is.
Kensel, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm sorry, hold on one second. Can we higher the volume? It's hard to hear him. Okay, go ahead. You have a minute and a half to address the board.
Okay. I'm Councilor Yergang. I got 3 grandkids in the district, and I agree with the gentleman. She's saying right there, she's qualified. Hire. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Madam President, you got to qual.
Are you done with your comment?
I'm getting a lot of. I don't know what's going on. Am I done or what? Because I sound like I'm still talking.
Is there anything further that you'd like to say? If there isn't,
no,
then that concludes.
That's all. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comment. Can we do anything about the speaker? Keeps talking. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Do we have the next caller?
Yes, it's Crystal Cabrera. She's a parent. Crystal, can you hear us? Crystal, can you hear us? Crystal, are you there?
Crystal, if you can hear us, please respond. If not, can you please end your call and call again?
Hello? I think they hung up on me. I can't hear them. Hello?
Okay. Hi, Crystal. Can you hear us?
You're broken up. I can kind of hear you.
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so I'm just going to start speaking then. I'm going to presume that you can hear me.
Yes.
So I want to speak about a couple of different things. I called earlier to speak to support the students that were speaking about fentanyl. And I was calling and I was on the line and I heard Mr. Magayon tell the board that there was nobody on the line. I was on the line and this is the second or the third time that has happened where there are issues with the phone, and I've brought it to the board's attention before. And I think that people are on the phone and they're not being allowed to speak. So that issue I would like to see dealt with, and I don't feel like the board is taking any steps to deal with that. That is upsetting to me. Secondly, I want to make my point is that it being Red Ribbon Week, that I think there should be something about fentanyl. And I also watched the documentary that the students were talking about, and it's really good. And I think that it is appropriate to show in the schools, at least in the secondary schools. So I wanted to speak in support of that documentary. It was on Channel 30. Third, I want to speak about the superintendent search. And I do think that we need a search. I think that it's a small amount of money, $25,000, compared to all the other expenses that are regularly approved by the board, especially for things that have to do with sports or ag. Finding a superintendent should be a priority, and we should look for the best. And I don't think that Ketty Davis is the best fit for the district. I personally have had a negative experience with her. I don't feel like she makes children of color a priority or academics a priority, despite the fact that your district is 85% children of color. Lastly, I want to point out that I was a student at Reedley High School, and Mr. Garza was my principal at the time, and I had very negative experiences with him as well. I feel like just because he's local does not mean that he's a good fit for the job of finding a superintendent. I do not believe that he has the best interest of the community at heart, and while I do believe that you should hire one of the firms that is presenting tonight, I do not believe that you should hire his firm. My husband would like to speak.
My name is Gabriel Suarez, and I think that Ketty Davis is a horrible fit for the district.
At least 2 or 3 occasions, she is condescending and rude and unprofessional. And what I really want to point out is that since she's been acting superintendent, there's been a shooting at a high school football game, and a superintendent was fired, and a lot of you are concerned about money, but you didn't care about how much it cost to fire the former superintendent. And last, parents were allowed to bully my son on his campus by tearing down his approved poster for his project, which is possibly a hate crime and definitely a misdemeanor. And Ketty Davis did absolutely nothing about it and actually rewarded those parents by giving them a spot on every activity in my son's project to change his school name after that. I've been reading about Clovis Unified addressing parents bullying students at a board meeting, and in other places, like in San Diego, where they addressed it, but for some reason in Central Unified, Ketty Davis rewards parents who bully children for doing their schoolwork. So I think she is a horrible fit as a superintendent and for any other form of district administration. And Phoenix Suarez wants to speak.
You waited a long time on hold. I waited a long time on hold, and I think this is unacceptable, and this should be addressed to this should be I should be answered, and now I want to speak. I'm Phoenix. My name is Phoenix Suarez, and I am a student at Central Online Homeschool. We have this new program called Calvert. That sends you to a separate program. I saw some racist things.
This item is related to the superintendent search, so we'd ask you to please limit your comment.
They cut me off. No, they cut me off, and I waited over half an hour, and I want to speak. And for
our public comment was before this item, so at this time we are only taking comments related to the superintendent's search.
Gilbert Mogdale said there's no one waiting, which is unacceptable, and I feel like I should speak next time, and you should accept me on the line.
Yes, if you have any issues in the future during the board meeting, please message me.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not an issue. Gilbert Mogdale is skipping me.
Well, I apologize that you feel that way, but
It's not an issue
comment
with
is
my
related
phone.
to the superintendent's search, this is not the appropriate time to provide comments related to any other matters.
No, I want to speak. I saw some racist things. First, they said how can you tell these people are Americans. Second, they said I'm Raphael
I'm going
and
to
me and my
end your
family.
call as your comment is not related to the superintendent's search.
No, I
In the
want to
future,
speak.
if you'd like to
I
provide
wanna
any
speak.
comment that is not related
No,
to any
let
of
me
the
speak.
agendized items, please
I
provide your
waited on
comment
hold for
under
almost
comments
an
for the public. That's
Stop
usually
it.
taken at the start of the board meeting, which happens.
No,
at
I
the
waited on.
beginning or as soon as thereafter once we conclude our closed session.
no.
Thank you for calling.
I waited on.
No other callers at this time.
Thank you. Are there any comments from any individual in person related to the superintendent search? Okay. Any further discussion by the board? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to provide a comment? Yes, absolutely. Please join us at the podium.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Castañón. I am a junior attending Central East High School. I just have a question regarding the board, especially for this search with superintendent. I know that I think it was Mr. Solis who was requesting an inquiry about searching for superintendent in-house. I have a question as to why there was a, I feel like the board is split regarding the decision of looking for in-house versus looking at a firm for the search for superintendent. I also am wondering, as well, like why Ketty Davis was not one of the top picks for superintendent. I've seen over the past, I think it was 2 months, that she's been acting as a superintendent. She's done a pretty well job, especially regarding the situation that the caller was referring to with the shooting that occurred at Collegian. I was in attendance. I was locked in the stadium. I feel like in my personal experience, the board handled that pretty well. But I just do want to know what motivated the board to search for a firm, and then why hasn't there been any Solis said, in-house search, not just Ketty Davis, but also other teachers and principals and administrators as well in the school district. And if there has been any in-house search, what has that looked like in the past few months, or how will that look like moving forward?
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to provide public comment on this item? Okay. If not, I will continue our discussion and I will address some of the questions that were asked. So the board took action during the previous board meeting to either go out for an RFP and request an outside firm conduct the search. And I do want to just clarify one thing. When Trustee Solis was referring to an in-house search, that just means that rather than having any of these individuals present here today conducting the search, posting the job description, posting the job, interacting with applicants, screening applicants, that would be done in-house by our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, in addition to any support that he would be allocating. During the last discussion, the last board meeting, I made a motion that was supported by the majority of the board to go out and request for RFPs. The reason that I made that recommendation and still do today is that I am not going to support conducting the search by our in-house staff because I do not want to reallocate those resources. There are plenty of regulations and work and other issues that our staff is having to deal with, specifically our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. And in addition to reallocating his time, it would cost the district another $10,000. So to me, it's not a cost saving. And so in order to have this conversation with the board and to answer some of the questions that were being asked during the last two board meetings with respect to what does that process look like? How involved is the board? What is that going to actually cost? We did move and approve to request these RFPs so that we have an understanding, so that we're not talking about unknown figures. And so far we've received these four responses, which vary from $23,500 to $27,000. As part of this process, whether the board makes a motion and approves hiring an outside service, or whether we direct our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources to conduct the process, that would allow Acting Superintendent Davis and any other member who wishes to apply to apply. That's not restricted. There are going to be conversations by this board, whether it's conducted internally or externally, as far as the qualifications that we're looking for, and as far as what is the role and what kind of individual are we looking to put in that position. That's still going to occur. So I hope that addresses the questions with respect to there hasn't been a search conducted. This is the process that the board is required to go through as far as a discussion, a public discussion, to either vote and approve a third party or to vote to conduct the search in-house. The process that has been presented in all of these proposals would still remain the same. It's just a matter of, are we going to pay, as we've heard today from all of our responders, they're going to conduct and be dedicated to those services. Yes, we're going to be paying anywhere from $23,500 to $27,000. Or are we going to conduct that same process in-house? And I don't think we save money. It's going to cost us an additional $10,000 in addition to the time that is being allocated by our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. So for me, it's a matter of not only financially, but there's an additional cost of reallocating our HR to do this search. We've heard and we've seen, based on the list and the proposed phases, how much time it's going to take. So I'm still not willing to conduct it internally. And again, I'm conscious, and as I've made numerous decisions sitting up here as a trustee, I don't like to spend money where we don't have to. My interest is ensuring that we're spending money on our students, but this is one of the decisions where I think and I believe that it's justified to make a decision to spend approximately $25,000 or so, give or take, in order to have someone that is dedicated and not to reallocate our internal resources. So I hope that that answers those questions. I'm seeing a nod, so I think so. And it also provides the comment that I wanted to provide related to this item. I do want to have discussions. If there is any other board members that want to discuss, we have the proposals. We have the option to continue to discuss these proposals. If we need more time, we can continue this item and make a decision in the future, or there can be another motion. I saw a hand from Trustee Chan and then Trustee Solis.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to raise a question to those that are soliciting the contract, the different firms. I think the superintendent from Salinas, or the former superintendent, raised a sort of critical point that I wanted to ask if she could expand, or somebody else from HYA. They raised a critical point about the timing in terms of, so I know we were giving certain sort of projections about what could be within expectations, but of course they're at least historically, talking to other school districts, have shared that by doing this in winter as opposed to in the spring, that may have a different sort of variance in terms of what does the candidate pool may look like, or even the types of people that may apply. So I was wondering if either UMM or anybody else can kind of share a little bit specifically about what is the variance that occurs by us doing that in the winter as opposed to spring.
Well, timing is important, I think. This is the fall. If you saw the tentative timeline that we put in our proposal, we were understanding you wanted somebody quickly. So if you saw we were going to start next week and probably end by that, have your final board meeting in January, have that. But the typical ways that aspiring administrators that are looking in the superintendency, as usually they start looking in January. That is the typical timeline. They start to round up and polish up their resumes. They start to make links to all of the folks behind me and Ms. Sell. And so that is, you're going to have, when you ask a very specific question about the guarantee of number of candidates, we're talking to the time that we're in right now. If you were talking in the spring, I think you'd be talking a larger number. We'd be talking somewhere between 30 to 40, maybe 50. So it does matter, and I just say that it's not impossible because we're still doing searches, all of us, across the state, and it's still happening and placements are still going on. But it is the fall, and that's not the typical time that somebody would be leaving their positions. So,
thank you so much. And I wanted to also just raise to the board, I did have an opportunity to talk to a number of different school districts who have gone through similar processes. One thing that they wanted to alert me to is to the question that the former superintendent shared. Another key point was really about us building that relationship with a specific consultant. So it's not just a relationship with a firm, it's actually who will be tending to our specific sort of needs. When we get to the point of actually making a motion, I would actually like to propose that we form a subcommittee to actually do a little bit more research and have just a few trustees make a presentation to actually get to interview some of the consultants that would be working directly on this project. Some of those may be in attendance today, but some may just be representing their firm as opposed to being the specific consultant that would be overseeing this process for Central Unified.
Of our representatives that we have today, would any of you be the direct consultants representing the firms? Okay, so we have two? Each one of you? Okay. I would not be opposed if the wishes of the board are to consider a subcommittee or to develop a subcommittee to then conduct interviews that would need to be a subcommittee of no more than 3. So otherwise, we come back to the Brown Act and having to comply with those if that is the desire of the board. We do have the RFPs already that are responsive. So long as there is no interest in further expanding and requesting more RFPs, I have no objection, but I don't know what the rest of the board, their consensus, what the consensus is. Trustee Solis, you also wanted to make a point.
Well, first of all, I'll second Mr. Chan's motion. See, and then you can call the motion.
Can you repeat your motion?
My motion is to form a subcommittee of trustee members to interview the individual firms, specifically with the consultant who will be representing Central Unified in this process, and then to come back and make a recommendation to the total board.
Go ahead, Trustee Solis.
With one addition, that we throw Central Unified as one of the vendors in the mix.
I'm okay with the amendment.
Okay, we have a motion to form a subcommittee to review the existing 4 vendors and consider Central Unified, so the internal process. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. So we will need to have this item return for the creation of the subcommittee. If I can, and I will confer with administration to make sure that we do that correctly. And then we will reach out to all of our consultants. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And then we will follow up with you. Thank you. Our next item is approve trustee area redistricting study. Assistant Superintendent McLean.
Thank you. Thank you, President Carrillo. At the last board meeting, we talked about the redistricting study and looked at several vendors, and I was asked by the board to put out a request for proposals again to provide more vendors that could do this work. And so we were able to put that out last week and received 3 proposals which are attached to this board item. 2 are new, and the 3rd one is a revision to one of the previous groups. And so there's a comparison that was attached to this agenda item that kind of that reviewed the 3 firms that applied, and I'll just talk about that for a minute. The 3 firms are Davis Demographics, Redistricting Partners, and a revised proposal from Geo Innovo Solutions. All 3 are able to provide 3 trustee area maps, which was requested, and also provide the address lookup feature that we talked about at the last meeting. And in addition, provide a dynamic mapping tool that could be used for this process, as well as provide a basis for use in the future. In terms of in-person meetings, Davis Demographics was not able to provide in-person meetings for this process that we're about to go through. A Redistricting Partners proposal provided an in-person meeting for 1 meeting, and Geo Innovo Solutions would provide in-person for 3 meetings and could do additional. Looking at the costs, the lowest proposal was Geo Innovo Solutions. And so I'm going to give a recommendation to the board to hire Geo Innovo Solutions as the consultant to do this work for the district, and they had shown their experience and their expertise in this area and providing the solutions that I think we talked about at the last meeting. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
No comments by phone at this time.
Thank you. Board discussion? Trustee Chan?
I just want to make a comment. I just want to thank Mr. McLean for revising the RFP and talking to different groups to get different proposal. So appreciate you taking the time to do that.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? We do have a recommendation to approve GeoNova Solutions, Inc. as our redistricting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to accept Mr. McLean's recommendation.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Solis. Is there a second? I will second that. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next item is review naming committee applications and appoint committee members. During our last board meeting, we continued this item to today to provide an opportunity to solicit additional applications for Trustee Solis's and Trustee Brooks. At this time, what I'd like to do next is if everyone has had an opportunity to review their applications, to identify the 3 individuals that will be representing their area. Before we do that, though, are there any comments from the public related to this item?
No comments by phone at this time.
If we can allow 30 seconds to pass, because I know my presentation was very quick, before we move on.
"30 seconds have passed, and we have no calls at this time."
Thank you. So with that, is everyone ready to identify their 3 board members? We can begin by area and go in order, or I can begin by designating mine if Area 1 doesn't want to begin first. Trustee Paul? Okay. Go ahead.
I apologize in advance if I mispronounce names. The first one would be Marisol Chavez. Second one would be Dupinder Jit Kaur. And then the third one would be Joshua Sellers.
Thank you. The 3 individuals that I am selecting are Nabil Kirfan, same apology for mispronouncing your name, Angela Mejia, and Simran Rakra. Area 3, Trustee Cervantes.
My candidates are Iman Alamatawakila, and I forgive me for mispronouncing that, Cherie Butler, Vanessa Rodriguez.
Thank you. Trustee Brooks.
Antoinette Deely. Ricky Lee Lake. Rayleigh Lake. And Monica Mediza.
Thank you. Trustee Solis.
I'm going to do it the easy way. I only have 3 candidates in my area that were submitted, so I'll take all 3 of those. If you want to pronounce names, you can.
Thank you, Trustee Solis. I will, once we conclude, repeat all of the names again, and I will apologize beforehand for mispronouncing.
Thank you.
And lastly but not least, Trustee Mailing.
Sorry. We're going to take
Oh,
Michelle.
I'm sorry. Just kidding.
We're going to take Michelle Robles, Gina Sellers, and Gabriel Suarez.
What was the third one?
Gabriel Suarez.
Thank you. And now, last but not least, Trustee Chan.
Thank you. So I'm going to, well, one, I want to, if any of them are paying attention to, just appreciate the very thoughtful answers and their submissions. I'm going to be choosing Jaspreet Sekho, Rohini Randava, and Mandeep Kaur Johal.
Thank you. So on behalf of the board, I just want to thank everyone who submitted their application and for providing your descriptions and responses to our questions. We read them all. I'm sure I can represent that on behalf of all of us. So with that, I move to approve, and I'd ask for a second, the following individuals to serve for each trustee area. So Area 1, Marisol Chavez, Dupinder Kaur, Joshua Sellers. Area 2, Nabil Kirfan, Angela Mejia, and Simran Rakahra. Area 3, Iman Almutwakul, Cherise Butler, and Vanessa Rodriguez. Area 4, Annette Dilly, Raleigh Lake, Monica Meza. Area 5, Diana Gallardo, Michael Kurnosov, Melissa Miner. Area 6, Michelle Robles, Gina Sellers, Gabriel Suarez. Area 7, Mandeep K. Johal, Rahini Radhawa, and Japri Sakhon. And I am sorry for mispronouncing your names. I deeply apologize. Did I get everyone's names correctly? Well, or the sound of them at least. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. And those of you that weren't listening, or if you couldn't understand your name because I butcher it, I am sorry, but administration will follow up with you and notify you of your selection and of once we schedule a meeting. Thank you. Our next item is action item number 7, approve ESSER 3 expenditure plan. Ms. Grigsby? Okay.
Good evening, board members and Acting Superintendent Davis. This item returns to you as a final draft for the expenditure plan for elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. In addition to the plan, we've also given you a summary of the plan. The plan was posted for public comment on the 20th through the 22nd, along with translated versions of the summary. Once the plan's approved, we'll submit it to the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools for final approval and adjustments. We are recommending this item be approved tonight, and so I can submit it to FCSS, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
No comments by phone at this time.
Thank you. Any comments or questions by the board? What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve.
Oh, sorry, I had a question.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Solis. Do I have a second? I have a second by Trustee Brooks. Trustee Chan, you have a question or comment?
I was going to ask you, Ms. Grigsby, how are the percentages and the amounts determined for each of the various blocks?
We prioritize the services based on our community engagement and ongoing activities, and then Mrs. Valadares and I sat down and looked at the actual costs. So what is it going to cost us as an estimated expenditure moving forward? So it's a balancing act.
Did we have like an equation that or anything that we were sort of using in terms of like the
well, what we did was we looked at all of the input that we got from the surveys, the community meetings, and then we, in that process, we asked our stakeholders to prioritize what they felt was most important, so that when we had to make decisions as far as which actions were represented in the plan, we had some backup as to not just what our community wanted, but then we looked at the data and determined which actions, and then it's just a matter of costing it out and seeing what it's going to cost.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion?
Well, actually, one other, I guess, point. I know it's not necessarily in the plan, but it's just something that has just come up quite frequently for just in my conversations with students and to be honest, staff as well, has been really honing in our possible need to have a social worker in our district. We have a larger number of foster children. We just have a larger number of sort of special needs students. I know we contract with one, but to possibly have not a licensed social worker in terms of therapeutic sense, but actually a social worker in terms of connecting to resources, making sure that families actually have those, and a person that's been professionally trained as such is something that, whether in this conversation or elsewhere, something that I just have heard so much feedback that I really think it's a really important thing that our district will need.
Yes, thank you for that. And I have to say it is something that we hear as well in different forms, not necessarily a license, but definitely that need for that support. This plan, as well as our regular LCAP actions, will be in a plan update summary mid-year, February-ish. And remember, it's a plan. It's a plan to plan. And as we go through the process of analyzing these expenditures and actions and seeing what's working and what's not, we are free to adjust them accordingly. So it's just our best plan at this point, but it is an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Does the current plan provide for the flexibility to evaluate hiring or contracting a social worker?
Yeah. Yeah, it's needs-based. We have to be able to show that there's a evidence-based reason for making those adjustments. But as long as we agree as a board and as a district to move forward with that, and we have the data and the community engagement to support it, then yes.
And just as a comment, not to take us too far off base, I did have a conversation with Acting Superintendent Ketty Davis about, many of us may have seen the Fresno Bee, sort of the alarming conditions at county social services in terms of what are the conditions for the students. We have had students in difficult situations, maybe not in the same egregious situation that the Fresno Bee sort of highlighted, but having talked to other people in the district and even other people at county social services, that was just a very strong recommendation of theirs, is that a lot of the county actually likes Central because of our wraparound services that we actually provide for our students. So hence we sometimes get a higher percentage, and we actually retain our students, but it is to make sure that we're providing the resources for them to thrive.
Those are good things to hear.
Yeah, I was happy to hear that.
Thank you. If there are no further comments, we will take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. And our final action item for tonight is hold public hearing and approve October's quarterly Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure. We have Mr. Horstman.
Good evening, President Carrillo, Trustees, Acting Superintendent Davis. I'm happy to say the principals report no complaints were filed with any of our schools in the district during the first quarter of the school year. Following the public hearing, administration recommends approval of this quarter's report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And with that, I will now open the public hearing. If there is any member here in person or anyone watching us remotely who would like to speak during this public hearing related to the quarterly Williams report, the number to dial is 559-276-3150. If we can allow 30 seconds to pass before I close the public hearing. Once again, this is a public hearing related to the quarterly Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure.
"30 seconds have passed and we have no comment by phone."
Thank you. Hearing no comments during this public hearing, I will now close the public hearing and we move on to the approval of the quarterly Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Hearing none, what are the wishes of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Cervantes. I have a second by trustee Paul. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Horstman.
Thank you.
We move on to our information items. Our first item is receive information regarding the installation of a cricket pitch on the play field at Madison Elementary School. Assistant Superintendent McLean.
Thank you, President Carrillo. So we have been looking at the possibility of putting a cricket pitch on the field at Madison Elementary School. As far as I'm aware, there's no cricket field on the west side of Fresno, and this would provide an opportunity to provide the community with a location to play games and could be reserved through the district's facility reservation system. We were approached a while back from the Fresno Cricket Club, who had expressed an interest in using this field for its league. And to just explain what a cricket pitch, I'll let, I think we have some speakers here tonight, so I'll let them elaborate from the club. But a cricket pitch is a area that would be approximately 30 yards long and 4 yards wide in the middle of a circular field. And we looked at some different options, different campuses to find a suitable area, and Madison was recommended due to the size and the ability to provide a field that would not interfere with the other uses of the field. The cost to put in the cricket pitch, which consists of a concrete pad and an artificial turf surface on top of that, would be approximately $10,000 for the initial installation. And I believe we do have some public speakers tonight.
Thank you. And with that, we will take public comment on this item. You will have a minute and a half to address the board related to this item. Clerk Brooks?
Okay. Have some difficult names here. The first one, the last name is B-U-A-L. Amandeep. How about last name Verk?
Can you push? There's a. There you go.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to be here and speak to you all. And thank you, Mr. McLean here, actually working with us for the last 2.5 years to kind of bring this cricket pitch in front of you. I can stand here and give you stats on how cricket is the second most popular sport in the world, or how a match between India and Pakistan was just viewed by 1.5 billion people just 3 days ago. However, I want to make some local connections because here we are in Central Unified. I've been a lifelong Central Unified resident. I attended this campus right as it was built. Labor Day weekend, we had a local tournament where 8 teams participated. We have another tournament that's coming up in 2 weeks where 6 teams just locally are participating. But none of these teams actually have a place in Fresno to play. We are a growing, popular minority here within the Central Unified and also on the west side, Fresno. However, we do not have a place where we can go play cricket. I want to highlight an athlete that is here with us. My team, Fresno Cricket Club, is also here. Harsh, if you're here, would you please stand up? Harshdeep Singh just graduated from Central last year. He also ran track here for Central High School, East Campus. And he was also invited to participate in the Western Zonal Trials. He could have made the team under 19 for the U.S. team. However, there are no opportunities for athletes like him to participate and actually play the sport. So I would urge the board to vote in behalf of the cricket pitch so we can have a place where we can all get together and play. Also, we had about 25 members, but the meeting ran a little bit longer, so some of them had to leave. Most of us now have kids that also attend Central Unified. We are lifelong residents of this area, and we would like for them to have a place where they can also play. Cricket is not available anywhere in the valley. It is available in the Bay Area. That's actually where we go and play on a travel team. So I really would like to request and the board to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Kerr Burke.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and to all the attendees present here today, too. My name is Jaspreet, and I'm parent in the Central Unified School District. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here and speak in front of the board. I also want to say thank you to the gentleman over here who's doing a great job cleaning the podium. I'm a nurse by profession, so I noticed those things, so thank you for that, for protecting us all. Earlier this month, me and my daughter climbed Half Dome in Yosemite. And I'm, of course, quite proud of this accomplishment given my not so young age. In any case, now I have a Half Dome bumper sticker on my car's rear bumper along with some other bumper stickers, for example, my alma mater, my profession, and whatnot. The reason why I talk about bumper stickers is because they tell us who we are. We carry our water bottles with all the stickers. That's our identity. They tell us who we are. We want to proudly display. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because that cricket field will be a bumper sticker for us. So cricket is an identity for us. This is that's the sport that we grew up playing. Some people wear Raiders jerseys or 49ers shirts, but we don't even have a place to go enjoy the sport that we loved and enjoyed when we were playing. A clear sense of our identity makes us easier to connect with other similar people and groups, and when we find our tribe, we achieve great things. Having a cricket field, actually the only cricket field in Fresno, will create a place for this tribe to thrive, for people to come together, to connect with their roots, to mentor younger children who may not be able to tackle maybe football players, but they're agile enough to swing a bat and become world-class cricketers. The presence of this one field will create cohesiveness amongst people from different cultures, not just Indian or Punjabi cultures, but that played, as Baldev Burke said, it is a second most played sport in the world. So it will actually bring lots of different communities together. It will provide a positive identity for students who are looking for a place to belong to. I was in middle school when I was playing cricket, and that was back in India, with the rest of my class during our lunch break in a hot summer under large mango trees, when a ball hit my head and left a scar about here. Now I love telling the story to my kids, my husband, and everyone who has a passion for this sport, but that's all I have left, the stories. My kids and other people who love cricket, they won't have the opportunity to make those memories if we don't have the cricket pitch or the cricket field here. Though it might be next to oak trees, not mango trees. And that's it. Have a great rest of the week. I seriously hope that you will consider $10,000 of investment to make lots of memories and give identity to people who are looking for one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next name, sorry about pronouncing the names incorrectly. The next name is Raton.
Good evening. My name is Rutan Dhaliwal, and I'm a student at Central East High School. I've been an attendee of Central Unified since kindergarten, which is 12 years. As you may have heard in the past 2 hours, the next month is Sikh Heritage Month, and I wanted to highlight the fact that Fresno's high Sikh population, specifically students, want to bring another piece of our beautiful culture to America. This beautiful fragment of culture is the sport of cricket. I feel as the students of Fresno, of the Central Unified School District, in particular, want to create a space just to play cricket, and we don't have that here. And I think students also want to create a team to play competitively, and I think there's enough demand for that. When I was younger, I went to the Bay Area with my cousins, and we played cricket at their local school. I fell in love with the sport, but I really never got the chance to play again. Me and other Sikh students wished for this sport to be available to play in schools, and I think this cricket field at Madison Elementary School can be the start of a revolution of creating cricket popular in America.
Thank you for your comment.
Next person, Gurdeep Shagil. Sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly.
All right, good evening. I should say good night to our wonderful board members, Acting Superintendent Mrs. Davis, and all the present people. Mr. Collegian, hello. This is a great opportunity for Central. Central, there are people, there are districts, there are countries that are history makers. We say history has been made. So we have an opportunity to make history in the Fresno County area. I remember when I was attending Fresno State to get my teaching credential, we talked about non-traditional sports. I mean, to teach our kids, sports that they're not used to. Soccer is huge, football, baseball. So cricket is pretty huge. And I'm actually reading our vision statement. Every student is prepared for success in college, career, and community. So here we are representing community. I heard it'll cost about $10,000, and I think our district have $10,000 to invest, on this project, because these people who are sitting behind me, they have supported this district in millions. We started with 2008 when the bond wasn't passing. I remember Chris Williams, actually he came on the radio, spoke to this community saying we need this money to expand Central. In the late 2000, another bond wouldn't pass. Came to this community, they stood by. And then our latest, Garza High School, came to this community. We said, you know what? We don't mind raising some of the taxes for us because we believe in expanding Central Unified School District and making this district a district of choice. So diversity in this district is the key. And this district is the leader in diversity. And yes, we will be the leaders in everything. And by approving this cricket, you will make a hit by approving this cricket field. We will give our children opportunity to stand on the world stage and say, you know what? We know this thing. People in England, people in India, people in Pakistan, people in the Caribbean, South America, South Africa. I mean, I'm talking about the world stage. I mean, we're about to make a world stage. So please, dear board members, this community have stood for millions of dollars. I'm saying millions of dollars with this district. And in the future, this community will stand maybe for billions, because we will keep on expanding west of 99, because west of 99 lives in our heart, and we take full pride. Even though sometimes people try to put us down, we rise up. So please do support this, and this community will keep on supporting Central.
Thank you.
Go Central, yeah.
Next person, BALDEV, Burke.
That was the first speaker.
That was the first one?
Oh.
I apologize. I don't know if that was my name you called, but I think I'm the only one left.
One more person.
Good evening. My name is Gani Verk. I'm a junior here at this high school. I was here merely about 6 hours ago. And I've grown up watching cricket with my parents. I've quite literally woken up at 3 a.m. in the morning because, you know, we don't play cricket here in America. And by India times or in England, we have to go by their time. So I'm up at 3 a.m. watching cricket with my dad on the weekends because that's one of the biggest ways that I've connected with my dad. You know, you get what you get with immigrant parents. And so that's the media representation that I get to see of myself, of Indian, of brown people in sports. Here in Fresno, Punjabi people are one of the largest communities in this district, yet in every single sports team I've been on, I've been the only, not even Punjabi, the only Indian girl on the entire team. This is because of the lack of community safe places that we have in this district. Fresno has a very high Indian population, but yet non-Indian kids still seem confused. So let's say white kids or even Mexican kids. When my grandma had to come pick me up wearing a traditional Punjabi attire, we still get weird looks as if we haven't lived in this country for over 40 years. We're still seen as a foreign community who doesn't belong, as if I haven't attended this district for 12 years. We're hidden and tucked away in these small little crevices as if we don't exist because this district doesn't want to see us and it doesn't want us to allow it to come together as a community. And as a member of the Punjabi community in Fresno, I've always felt like I had to hide my ethnicity, you know. If my grandma spoke in an accent, even though she speaks pretty good English, I always spoke for her because accents are embarrassing, right? We're still alienated in a community in which we have one of the largest populations. And we need to build places like these parks and places where students come together because that's how we get these larger communities to see who we are. That's how we become part of an actual community. We flaunt our diversity so much. Every single board meeting, every single public comment made by every single politician who runs says, oh, we're proud of our diversity, but yet we don't allow for this diversity to flourish because we don't allow our community to build these places where people feel comfortable, where they feel seen. We have cultural centers for so many cultures here. We have Mexican culture centers, we have Asian clubs on this campus, and although we have SHSS on our campus, why don't we see this community representation across the district? Why is it such a centralized thing? Because it should be diverse. We should be seeing it. And as mentioned before, and all the other speakers, cricket is the second largest sport in the world. It's only not in America, and I know as Americans we tend to have a my way or the highway perspective, but it's specifically Indian sports such as cricket and kabaddi who don't have a place here. And you go to any park in Fresno and you see cricket players playing, and if we don't give these people a safe place to come together, like at Madison, for example, outside my neighborhood, there's an abandoned road with broken glass. And it's a very dangerous environment to play, but these little 10-year-old kids are playing cricket in these abandoned roads because we haven't allowed a safe place for them to come together. When we know what these issues are and we're complicit, and we don't make a change, we're complicit. So I just wanted to urge you to fulfill your community requirement by providing these safe places in a community which is already given so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person, Jay Sidhu.
Hello, good evening all. I think I'm the last one over here, so this will be over soon. One of the most important aspects of a progressive society is diversity. We teach importance of diversity in schools, colleges, and even in workplaces. It is also something we as a community in Fresno are extremely proud of. Fresno is home to many diverse groups of people. In fact, we're so proud of it that it is in the slogan of our local beloved university, Fresno State: discovery, diversity, distinction. But diversity without inclusivity is like being invited to a party but not being invited to dance. Fresno is home to many public soccer fields, baseball fields, basketball courts, tennis courts, football fields, and the list goes on. But despite being one of the biggest sports in the world and having a huge community of people to play the sport in the Fresno area, we have 0 cricket fields in Fresno. The request to build a cricket pitch at Madison Elementary School is a request for inclusivity. Cricket is the most popular sport in the Indian subcontinent. Fresno, being home to thousands of immigrants from that region, has a huge interest in the sport. However, it is an interest that's slowly dying with the younger generation because of the lack of infrastructure and opportunities. Despite having one of the largest cricket playing communities in the country, Fresno has no representation in the national cricket level at any age group. Whereas our neighbors to the north in the Bay Area and the south in the greater Los Angeles area have many cricket fields, after-school programs, community tournaments, and even indoor cricket training academies to help provide the pathway to national representation. This request is to build a place in Fresno where we as cricket lovers can share our sport with the larger Fresno community, where we not only play but teach our children, our future generations, what cricket is and how to play the sport. This cricket pitch will remain a historical symbol of our love for Fresno and our dedication to its community and growth. And lastly, I would like to thank you for welcoming me and fellow cricket lovers, some of my teammates back there, here tonight to speak on behalf of this amazing opportunity for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that concludes our public comment. Thank you to all of you for providing comments during this item. Any comments or questions from the board? Trustee Solis?
One thing I would like to make clear, all those beautiful buildings and playing fields you see, they're not ours, they're the community. So I want to thank you for being part of our community and coming forward to this board and saying, hey, we would like to use the field for XYZ. One thing I might differ with one of the speakers is she spoke to herself as being part of a foreign community. You're part of the Central community. And we have a lot of people that have come to Central, and this is your home. Welcome to the community. And because of that, when this item comes back, I will be supporting this item. Also, I would like to go ahead and make a recommendation that it be placed on the consent agenda for the next meeting. That's it.
Trustee Mailing?
I agree with Mr. Solis. My only question is, and this is probably to Mr. McLean, is that facility suited for something like this? And was West Campus, the stadium, ever considered? I would just think that would be a better facility to suit that with the parking and the the seating. Maybe you can answer that for me.
Sure. Yeah, we looked at different campuses. I think we landed on Madison one just because of its location, a little bit more centrally located, more access.
Another reason I was thinking over there too, if this is a hit, which obviously it is, and it's going to be a high school deal, there would probably be a club that would be attached to this down the road. Madison just doesn't seem fitted for that. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just figured maybe a high school might be a better place for it.
We could certainly look at the Central High campus further.
There may be a comment of that.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of hands. I saw Trustee Chan, did you want to say something?
No, I was just going to, I know Mr. Dirk, he's been working on this, so he may be able to address some of Trustee Mailing's question because he's been working on this for years.
Okay, let me take board discussion,
Sure.
and then if there's no objection, we will allow him to address the board. Trustee Solis and then Trustee Cervantes?
I think before this proposal went to the board, they did the homework. The other field you're talking about, the footprint isn't correct. That being said, Madison will work fairly well, and this is the beginning. We're growing a seed. That's what they're coming at, asking us to do. Let's put a seed in the ground and hope we'll get a strong tree growing from that. Because from that, as we're building more facilities, we might incorporate this sport in those facilities, assuming it takes off and runs with participation from the community, as well as anytime our community has an interest in a sports, before long we have a children's league pop up wanting to do that. We could then utilize the field during school hours for that kind of thing. So that's answer your question.
Trustee Cervantes?
Sat Sri Akal ji, ki hala? Tika, changa changa botia ji. So you are at home. Don't fool yourself. I do want to make a couple of notes. I want to applaud my fellow board members. I really like that idea about the West and having a bigger venue with more parking. Obviously, cricket is extremely popular throughout the world, except for in this country. I inspired to learn how to play that game. But with all that being said, I was also part of youth soccer back in the early 70s when soccer was not popular in this country. And I remember when here at Central Unified that they started to implement the soccer, and it took a little while to take popularity. And you can see where soccer has grown in this country from that time to date. The U.S. team is not necessarily a world-class powerhouse, but it's very competitive on an international level. So I applaud you guys for coming forth, the investment that you're making in our community, and I also applaud you for giving us Central Unified the opportunity to put cricket on the map, because you're right. It is very popular. It's very well supported, not only by the Indian community, but by many communities throughout the world. And with that being said, I look forward to the opportunity to, building the first field, to be perfectly honest. And again, I really like Mr. Mayling's idea of Central West. Thank you.
Is there any objection from the board to allowing the gentleman to address the question related to West Campus? Hearing no objection. If you can briefly and quickly respond, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you for everyone that spoke in support, and thank you, Trustee Solis. I appreciate those comments. We started this search within Central Unified 2.5 years ago. This search actually to build a cricket pitch in Fresno has been going on for 12 years. Originally, it actually started at Glacier Point because that was actually one of the places where we could actually make it fit. Cricket requires a 60-degree or 60-yard radius to utilize the field. So ideal places where you have two soccer fields right next to each other where the pitch could be put in the middle, so both of the soccer fields can be used as an outfield. So therefore at West Campus, trust me, I tried. I looked at all the fields that were available. It just was not possible. We even looked at Harvest. I looked at every single school. For someone that's lived in 93722 for last 35 years, I know this district really well, and I attended this school for 4 years. I was actually worked at Central for 3 years also. So I know, I looked at the floor plans of all the fields that we have available at all the schools. Madison seems to be the only one with a large enough green area, and it's away, and we didn't want to take anything away from the schools that were already there. So there was no, we didn't want to take anything away from youth activities also. So for example, Teague actually would have been a good site, but there's a lot of youth soccer that takes place there. So therefore it would have taken the pitch away from them. So that's why, although I appreciate the comments, I personally would have loved to make it happen at West Campus because then it could be part of the high school program. However, like Trustee Solis said, we start with the seed, right? We start with a club play. I remember back when I was here at PE, we played badminton. It's the same thing. Badminton wasn't a sport that was actually played at the high school level. So if we start at Madison, because the field makes it available, doesn't take it away from anybody else, that could be the starting point. And we actually are, Fresno Cricket Club is more than willing to support any kind of high school program, any type of training camps, or anything to even just to introduce the sport itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Trustee Chan?
I just wanted to thank all the speakers and all the guests that came and shared comments, and honestly just appreciate your resilience and patience for doing this. We're almost there. You know, we're at the point of bringing as an information item. I also just wanted to possibly look, although I had a conversation yesterday with Mr. McLean. I did have a conversation with former trustee Terry Cox, who was sharing a little bit that we do have a joint agreement with the city. I don't think Madison falls within the city. I think it falls within the county, right? We had a joint use agreement with the city, and she was suggesting that you may be able to negotiate funds from the city because we do have a joint use agreement. But there may be other possibilities as well. But since Madison falls in the county, that itself may not be viable. But I wanted to bring that up because she brought it up.
Do you have a comment?
No, I don't have any more comments.
Okay. If there's nothing further, this item will return under consent to our next agenda for approval. Thank you, everyone, for your comments today. We really appreciate it. Our next item is receive information regarding holding a public hearing and adopting Resolution 2122-17, making findings on energy savings and authorizing an energy savings agreement. Assistant Superintendent McLean.
Thank you, President Carrillo. Before we move forward, I know we're late in the evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. I kept telling myself and I forgot. Can I get a motion to extend our meeting past 10 p.m., please?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a second by Trustee Brooks. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have, motion carries. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So tonight I'd like to introduce an item that would involve energy savings and also a way to improve our HVAC systems and improve the health and safety of students and staff on our campuses. There would be a resolution coming forward at the next meeting if this were to move forward, a public hearing at the next meeting similar to the item that we talked about last month. And this project is multifaceted, involves LED lighting, replacing older lighting, replacing older HVAC units at Biola, Houghton Kearney, and Teague, refurbishing or replacing Central East High School HVAC equipment, and replacing older transformers across the district. And lastly, installing solar shade structures at several more locations, including Biola, Houghton Kearney, Roosevelt, Tilly, and the transportation facility. There is a financial savings analysis that's attached to this item. This project overall would anticipate a net savings of just over $11 million over a 30-year period, and the cost would be funded in part by COVID ESSER 3 funds that we were just talking about a minute ago with Ms. Grigsby. About $3.8 million there, and the remaining cost would be financed over time over a 20-year equipment lease, which is somewhat typical of a project such as this. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Ashu Jain from ENGIE and his team. They're going to give a presentation tonight and answer questions, and Mr. Martinez is in the audience as well.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Good evening, Board President Carrillo, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Davis, and staff. My name is Ashu Jain. I'm a senior manager with ENGIE Services. I'm going to let the rest of the team introduce themselves when they come to make the presentation. For the last 12 months, we've been working with Mr. McLean and his staff, especially Mr. Martinez, who's here in the audience, and we really appreciate the opportunity to present that really comprehensive project to the board tonight. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with just a brief introduction about our company. ENGIE Services, or ENGIE, is one of the largest companies in the world. We have 177,000 employees in 70 countries. We've been around for over 185 years, and we are a very strongly, financially very strong company. And the reason that's important to highlight is we, in our company, we guarantee our energy savings for 20 years. So you want to make sure that you're working with a company that's been around for a long time and will continue to be around for a long time. In the US, we have 6,000 employees, and a couple of things I want to highlight is we only work for the public sector. That's all we do. And 2/3 of our work in California comes from K through 12 schools. So we are one of the largest companies doing these kind of projects for school districts. And we are the largest company in the state in terms of number of engineers we have. We have around 175 total professionals in the state. Next slide, please. This just gives an overview, and I just, talks about the fact that we are one of the largest companies in the state doing work for K through 12 customers. Next slide, please. Also, we have done so many projects in the Valley. We understand, the specific dynamics in the Central Valley, and we have completed over $250 million worth of work in the Central Valley. What I would like to do next is invite our project management director, Jeff Woldheis, who actually will lead the team to deliver this project, to introduce himself and the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashu. Thank you for the time. I'll just speak briefly. Hello, my name is Jeff Woldheis. I'm a project management director with ENGIE. I've been with the company about 14 years. I'm also a licensed civil engineer. As Ashu mentioned, I oversee one of our operations teams that's worked with your district staff the past several months to develop this project that's being brought to you tonight for review. And the same ENGIE folks who developed the project would be the same folks who are going to construct the project. And I feel that's important because the relationships and the rapport that our staffs have gained together over the past months will lead to efficiencies and ultimately a successful project. For instance, Anil Patel, who will come up next, our project manager, worked closely and established a good working relationship with Mr. Martinez and several other district staff members. And with that, I'll bring up Anil to talk through the project scope in more detail.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Good evening, my name is Anil Patel. I'm a project manager with ENGIE. I've been with the company for over 6 years now, and in the energy services space for over 25 years. We're very excited to present a comprehensive energy conservation project that we've closely collaborated with district staff. Our project scope covers various energy efficiency measures, including lighting, mechanical, electrical, and renewable energy generation measures that are spread across multiple sites throughout the district. Next slide, please. Now, the district is very familiar with lighting retrofit projects. In fact, you're about to embark on a comprehensive project under separate contract. But one thing we noticed was that the Glacier Point Middle School was not included in that project scope. So we saw an opportunity to replace older generation lamps and ballasts with more efficient LED technology. Our retrofit kits will essentially remove all the working components of an existing fixture, all but the enclosure itself or the shell of the lighting fixture. And what this does is actually provide more energy savings, better light distribution, and just a very pleasant overall aesthetic also. It'll look like a brand new fixture, more or less. In addition to the retrofit, we're also installing motion sensors to be in compliance with Title 24. That's California's energy regulations. Next slide, please. Now, I think one thing we can all appreciate, especially from what we've heard tonight from many of the speakers, is that sports helps bring communities together. And so when we developed this project, we wanted to make sure that we had a positive impact on the community as well. We identified 3 school sites with existing sports lighting infrastructure that can be retrofitted with new LED technology while having a positive impact on the community. This will actually reduce the amount of light pollution at the neighboring communities. I'll go into more specifics on the next slide. So at Central High School West, there are 8 existing wooden poles. These are well past their useful life. There's an opportunity to consolidate those 8 poles into 4 steel poles, so fewer poles and also fewer luminaires on top of those poles. At Biola Pershing Elementary School, this is a facility that is used quite significantly by the community, especially for recreational activities. What you'll notice is that there's 2 existing steel poles on the first baseline only, and none on the third baseline. Our proposal includes replacing the 2 on the third baseline, 2 on the first baseline, but also adding 2 additional new poles along the third baseline. This will provide more even light distribution at that field. At Collegiate Stadium, the steel poles the existing 6 poles are steel. They're also relatively new. But one thing you'll note is there's about 176 luminaires on top of those fixtures. By converting those to LED, you can reduce the number of fixtures down to about 78. One additional feature we're also including at both high schools is what's called the Musco Show Light Entertainment option. And this comes with 6 pre-programmed light shows that can be used for special events, sporting events, just to add an extra visual aesthetic to the events. Next slide, please. So we work closely with district staff to identify heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment that had well exceeded its useful life or just not operating efficiently. We saw that at 3 elementary schools, Biola Pershing, Houghton Kearney, and Teague Elementary School. That represents about 26 HVAC units. In addition to equipment replacement, we're also installing MERV 13 air filters to ensure we've got clean air coming into the classrooms. In addition, we're also installing carbon dioxide sensors for all the classrooms located at those 3 sites to ensure we can monitor the carbon dioxide levels in those classrooms. Next slide, please. Now, the central plant here at Central East High School has undergone some renovations recently. 2 of the 4 chillers have already been replaced in the past few years. But when we look back at some of the original designs for the school site, we noticed that all 4 chillers should be operating. So our proposal includes replacing the 2 chillers that are non-operational right now, bringing the total plant capacity to have 4 chillers operating. In addition, we'll also connect those chillers to the existing building energy management system. That way, all 4 chillers operate in sync with each other. And at the same time, we saw an opportunity to demo and dispose of existing thermal energy storage system tanks and heat exchangers that are now obsolete and not being used. Next slide, please. Staying at Central East High School, they're downstream of the central plant. There are unit ventilators in the classrooms. These are just HVAC units that deliver air into the classrooms. There's an opportunity to replace these HVAC equipment that's well beyond its useful life. There's about 93 unit ventilators in 15 buildings. We'll also ensure that they have MERV 13 air filters in them. Next slide. Staying at Central East High School, a different type of HVAC unit, the fan coil unit. These are typically up in the ceiling space, not quite visible to the naked eye. There's about 15 of those in 7 buildings, also replacing those with MERV 13 air filters. Next slide, please. And then lastly, one more mechanical measure here at the high school. It's a mix of both air handling unit replacement and refurbishment. Specifically here at the Performing Arts Center, air handling unit number 4 serves the stage area here. In speaking with district staff, we know there's some issues with undersize and performance with this air handling unit, so we're going to replace this air handling unit. And then there's 6 other air handling units spread across the campus. We thought it was a better opportunity to refurbish those units. And that includes just doing some maintenance, replacing fan shaft and bearings and some other components, really extending the life of the existing equipment. Next slide, please. When it comes to electrical systems in the schools, we saw an opportunity to replace older generation transformers with more efficient transformers. This will help reduce the losses these transformers have. Now, typically, these are district-owned transformers that are on the load side of the electrical meter. And there's about 66 transformers across the district covering 16 schools, so a far-reaching measure. Next slide. Photovoltaic systems. The district is very well knowledgeable about the existing photovoltaic systems. Our scope plans to expand that opportunity across sites that currently don't have photovoltaic systems. We've identified 5 sites that cover about 600 kilowatts of capacity. You'll note that some of the sites are shade structures while others are parking canopies. The distinction is that the shade structures are over playground areas, whereas parking canopies obviously are over parking lots. We work very closely with district staff to identify the locations, you'll see on the next few slides, who in turn also reached out to various different stakeholders at the schools. Next slide, please. So you can see some location here for Viola Pershing, just south of the blacktop. This is a solar shade structure. Next slide. Similarly, at Houghton Kearney, shade structure just south of the blacktop. Next slide. And then we've got some parking canopies here at Roosevelt Elementary, the north parking lot. And then next slide, we've got Tilley Elementary School. This is on the west parking lot. And lastly, we have the transportation or the education center. This is a parking canopy on the east side of the parking lot. For the rest of the presentation, I'll turn it over to Amelia, who will talk about the STEM education opportunities.
Good evening. My name is Amelia Cottrell. I work in business development at NG. I've been here for about 3 years. And I'm excited to talk to you about our STEM education program. This is a program that NG does at our cost. And with every project we do, it's a way for us to give back to your community. And it's a way for us to bring forward a program that maybe you don't have the resources for. At NG, we have 5 teachers on staff, and this is their sole job to work with our customers on developing these programs. So we can do anything from bringing the solar project into your classroom and giving your teachers curriculum and bringing the construction project into the classroom, teaching the kids what it's about, teaching the kids what a job in STEM could be or engineering could be, showing them the pathways from high school to college. The other thing that we do a lot of is providing students with internships. We recently partnered with Madeira USD, and we had 10 interns, and we paid them, and they had a really wonderful experience, and I think gained a lot from that. So this program is totally customized, and we're excited to develop it with your staff and hopefully do something that's really fruitful to the district and truly makes an impact. Thank you.
Next slide. Again, this is Ashu Jain, and just, I forgot to really introduce myself. I've been with the company 18 years, and I'm a licensed mechanical engineer. I just wanted to summarize the benefits of the program, and we'll be happy to answer any questions after that. So I'm just going to go over items that have not been sort of covered. The main thing, of course, is that we are, doing this wide-ranging program across several campuses, and it has actually not only not costing you money, it's actually saving you $11 million over the life of the project. And of course, the more you save, and Central Unified has done a tremendous job of saving energy in the past, and the more you save, the less dependent you are on PG&E and the huge increases in energy costs that are coming and are already here. We are using project savings to fund the HVAC. Overall, actually we're using ESSER funds for that, but it's the overall project cost is being refunded through savings. The other thing I wanted to highlight was that the fact that we are doing all these projects, it does save a lot of administrative time. Something that maybe it's not recognized, but if you were to do these individually, it would be a huge burden on your staff. So it is, when you do a comprehensive project like this, it is really beneficial from a staffing point of view. A couple of the things I like to highlight is when we do solar projects, we actually have a budget to do landscaping improvements, and those will be customized, and it could be dealing with trees, or could be just doing extra landscaping, and it's something that we do with all the projects, and we'll work with staff on the specifics. The other thing is, because we have such a large company and we have a huge buying power, one of the key challenges that companies are facing is the supply chain. And because of our size, we do have a lot of negotiating power with, we buy something like 50 megawatts of solar panel every year in the US alone. So we have we will use our buying power to make sure that, this project is done on time and on budget. And the same, we use our buying power to get the very competitive pricing. Because we do so much work in school districts, we're very conversant with doing background checks for all our employees and all our subcontractors, fingerprinting, and and making sure everybody is vaccinated. We guaranteed 90% of the savings, and of course, when you do a project this size, it's definitely helpful to the local economy, and it definitely provides local jobs. That's the end of the presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
No comments by phone.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Paul?
Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciated the educational component potential, and there's just we're not doing enough to push engineering in our schools, definitely. So I like that. I guess the question I have for you, in the private sector anyway, which is the arena in which I operate mostly, there's usually something called the property condition assessment and the transfer of properties and things like that. This seems to be kind of an outgrowth of some sort of an analysis like that. Is that how the projects were arrived at, or did you go off a specific list provided by admin?
So we worked for over the last, and I'm not sure if I totally understood your question, but we worked with your staff over the last 12 months to define the scope of work, and we jointly came up with the scope of work on what needs to be upgraded. I'm not sure I understand your question about the property.
So a property condition assessment identifies the systems, engineering systems, mechanical systems.
Okay, I understand.
And assigns a life expectancy to them and a dollar cost of replacement and a timeline.
Correct. Yeah. So sort of like what you do in a facilities master plan. So we went by a very specific scope of work, and we looked at the mechanical systems, the transformers, and the lighting systems. And so we did an assessment of that, and that's what we did over the last 6 to 8 months. And based on that, we worked with the district staff to come up with a scope of work. So yes, we completely did do an assessment. And because of that, we came up with the scope of work, and that is the scope of work that we are including.
Was the assessment done of all systems, mechanical, air handling, everything?
It was done for specific systems that staff directed us to. So it was done for example, for Central East, we looked at the entire central plant system, the piping system, the air handling units, the fan coil units. We looked at the 3 schools that we are replacing packaged units. We actually climbed up on the roof and looked at every packaged unit in the building, at the school sites, and every unit that was over 15 years old, we selected as the ones that is past its rated life. So I would not say that we looked at every system, but we were directed to look at the mechanical system at certain schools, and the lighting systems we looked at. We actually audited a lot of the schools, and so Glacier Point was the only one that was not included by the other company. So we looked at all the transformers at all the schools, and we selected the ones that needed to be replaced. So it was a directed facility assessment. It was not a blanket assessment of all the systems.
Thank you. So I imagine there was a lot of going back and forth between you, going and looking, getting feedback and all that kind of stuff. Did you ever identify through that process items or facilities or systems that you recommended be replaced that were not, I guess, brought to your attention by admin or the facility staff?
I think when we investigated the systems that we asked, I do not recollect that there was any system that we recommended and that was not included in the final recommendation. Now, there is a definite possibility that there are schools that we did not look at that have older units. So you have an incredibly large school district, and we are always working with staff and doing a balancing act on the size of the project, the size of the ESSER funds that are going to be used, and the size of the savings to fund these. So we kept all that in mind, but I cannot tell you that that there were. I do not recall any project that we recommended and staff did not include, but that does not mean that there were projects that we could have that still need to be replaced. And I don't know if Mr. McLean wants to address this question.
That's fair, and Mr. Martinez has certainly been here much more years than I have, and knows the schools very well. But I think knowing that we can only go so far at so much time, and I think we were trying to highlight the projects where we saw a lot of need. There certainly could be additional, and there will be additional as we move forward in time. But this time, these were identified as high-need projects.
Thank you. One last question, if I could. And that has to do with it's kind of a saying, when you start digging into an old house, you're afraid of what you're going to find. You know, I imagine there's got to be some contingencies for digging into older systems, which we have, and expecting to find some things that need to be fixed that you didn't anticipate. Do you anticipate that? Have you set aside a contingency budget for those types of things?
So that's a good question. You know, what we do in our company and maybe even in our industry is we call these design build projects. We do a tremendous amount of upfront work to make sure that we don't come back with change orders. That's why it took us 12 months to develop this project. So it's very different from, you know, an architect designing a project and a contractor coming giving a bid and then trying to maximize the value of change orders. We just don't work in that philosophy. I think there is nothing here that I see which will result in a change order, and I know I'm on record saying that. So, you know, could there be a change order? I'm not going to guarantee that there won't be, but I cannot, you know, we looked at it structurally.
I think you could stop now. I like your answer. But anyway, I'm kidding. Go ahead. I was kidding. You can go ahead.
No, it's good. I mean, we have spent a tremendous amount of time in making sure that, you know, our proposal is very solid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Solis?
Question for Mr. Martinez. Come on up. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Is it a correct assumption to assume that either you or your staff people accompanied the vendor here and you agree with the priority of the items that need to be replaced and that you're recommending approval of this vendor?
So yes, it's a correct assumption that my staff as well as the maintenance staff has accompanied their team to go through the sites during their site assessments, had dialogue back and forth and discussed the items for these projects. Yes, we did go through, and I do agree with all the items on this project list. We did go through it with a fine-tooth comb and had some dialogue back and forth to see which projects were viable, which ones we could wait on. And I think it's pretty comprehensive and a good list to start with.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for focusing on filtering of the air to the schools. That was a priority that was brought up from the teachers, and we're glad you're focusing on it. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Trustee Chan?
Mr. Martinez, since you're already up, I'll just direct it towards you. Could you share a little bit more? Mr. Patel shared a little bit about the chillers here at Central East, that of our 4 units, or 2 have not been working, or can you share a little bit more details on how long has that been the case?
Sure. I don't oversee maintenance, so I can't speak too much on it.
Sure.
I'd have to refer back to the maintenance department. But from my recollection, there's 2 chillers that have been operating sufficiently now, but bringing on those other 2 chillers will make the system operate a lot more efficiently. And some of these gentlemen have a better background in HVAC than I do, so they might be able to speak a little more to it.
Sure. Thank you. So you had a total of 4 chillers, and that provided redundancy. And so what staff has been doing now, because 2 chillers have not been functioning for a number of years now, is operating those chillers starting at, Neil knows this better, starting at 3 a.m. and all the way to midnight. So they're basically running almost 24 hours. But if one of the chillers breaks down in peak summer, which obviously air conditioning tends to break down in peak summer, you will not be able to control you will not be able to provide air conditioning for the students. So what we're basically getting the system back to where it was designed. It'll have redundancy, it'll run less. We're gonna run the two chillers that we install as the primary chillers because they'll be even more efficient than the chillers that you were installed a few years ago. So it's gonna lead to energy savings, it's gonna lead to redundancy, and generally it's gonna lead to much more comfort in the classrooms.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Martinez, so two then, for how many years have they not been running? To that, when did we replace the two newer units, which are redundant, like our system is heavily dependent on right now?
I'm not too sure on that information. I'll have to check with the maintenance staff and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Cervantes and then Trustee Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love the project. I just have a couple of questions in regards to Houghton Kearney and Biola. I hate to give up any green space, and I noticed both of those solar panel sites are currently on the school grounds as opposed to in the parking lots. There's no way to squeeze them into the parking lot?
So on Biola, the reason it's in the field, not in the parking lot, we have a setback. So you're required to have a 20-foot setback of any building. We've looked at that location, and it just can't make it work inside that parking lot. The setbacks, we don't have enough space to meet that setback. For Houghton Kearney, that is an option that we did look at based off the feedback from the site. They would prefer to have shade for the students, but we can certainly look at other options at Houghton Kearney in lieu of doing that.
Thank you.
Trustee Solis?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Martinez. I do remember last year the coolers being brought up to the board. They broke down due to the age of the coolers. We had to send somewhere back east for parts, and at that time it was decided to leave the two coolers down and run the other two. As well as, I'm assuming this is part of your building planning, that we're moving away from the coolers so that we can now utilize dual packs and have the air filtered. So somewhere down the road, there's a possibility of getting rid of those coolers.
So yeah, that's been the talk of getting rid of the chilled air system or chilled water system. As we go through with our maintenance staff, we get their opinions and their feedback to see what type of systems they can support.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Maley?
I just have one quick question, it's actually for Steve or Mr. Martinez. Are any of these items that we're thinking about upgrading, were they previously allocated, like with Measure D money, for modernization?
So going through each different items on this list.
Yeah.
So a lot of these items are earmarked in the facilities master plan. As far as being Measure D specific, I have to look back at the list to see if the funds that we get from Measure D will actually be covered on this list.
Okay, the only reason I asked that is I could see the ESSER money, but if Measure D, if we're going to get a better interest rate, would it just be better to purchase the lease out versus financing this thing for 20 years or 30 years, 20 years?
So with Measure D money, with bond money, typically you want to stick to your high profile projects. You want to go for like new construction, things like that. ESSER funds is kind of a one-time money. So when you have one-time,
I understand that. I'm just talking about the balance of the 7.7 million.
Okay.
Because I think in phase 3 there was some modernization that had included HVAC units and a couple other items. I didn't know if had anything.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
You understand? I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I think.
Because if we could finance it or with the Measure D money and save a little bit of money, it might be better to have than another contract for 20 years.
Yeah, we were able to, and we'll be bringing back more information on the financing in a future meeting, but the interest rates are really good right now, and Mr. Jane can speak to that. It was kind of a decision of whether we were to impact the general fund reserves or reserve those monies for other priorities that may be coming forward as well.
Any other questions or comments?
Motion to move the item to consent next agenda.
It actually has to come back as action because we have a resolution to approve,
Yeah,
correct?
we'll have a public hearing as well as the adoption of the resolution, if we could do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. If we can have it as our first or second item on our action so we can get it done quickly. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. Lady, thank you guys for, we had a really long meeting, so we appreciate you being here and being patient. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that item will return for action at our next meeting. Next, we will receive information on SB 328, late start. We have Dr. Boatwright, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Perez. Okay.
Good timing, Dr. Boatwright. You're bringing your late item late.
Alrighty, we do have a PowerPoint up there for you tonight. So good evening, Acting Superintendent Davis and members of the board. My goal this evening is to provide you with background information for SB 328 and to provide an overview of the work that will be done this winter. We are addressing this topic as a requirement of the state. Okay, so just to provide a quick overview. So SB 328 is a new law that requires our secondary school sites to revise their start times. The new law does not apply to rural school districts. We did investigate the ability to receive a waiver for Central High School to remain at their current schedule and be considered rural, but the requirement applies to the district and not to individual school sites. So the law does say that middle schools can begin no later than 8 o'clock a.m. next year, and our high schools can begin no earlier than 8:30 a.m. The reason we're talking about this is because this will affect most, if not all, of our school sites because we do share operations between our schools. So you may be thinking, why would this impact elementary when the law is about secondary school sites? And it's because our district supports shared operations within a larger system. We're part of that large system, and then that system supports all of our school sites. For example, transportation, food services, custodial, campus connection, and so on are all impacted when schedules change. So those are all part of our shared system. This is the timeline of our work. So we're here tonight to present information and an overview to you. In November, we will be holding site and community meetings to review and to gather feedback. It's important that we have students, staff, parents, and community members involved in this process and that we do receive their feedback. It's very important to have engagement in this conversation. In December, we'll be processing the feedback with our steering committee and sharing with leadership. And then in January, our plan is to release our draft schedules. We will return to the board with this information as an information item on January the 25th. January may seem so soon when we know that school doesn't actually start until August, but we actually start planning for the new school year in January. So as I mentioned, we will return to you after we engage the community and analyze options for implementation. We'll include financial implications and then impact on programs such as our ag program. In February, we hope to have board action on the recommendation for the schedules, and then we'll be ready for the start of the school year with those new schedules. So our goals of this work is to comply with the law. We also recognize that this is a change for families, and so we're going to try and minimize disruptions and clearly communicate what this is going to look like. We also plan to minimize disruptions to existing schedules where possible, and then also make operational adjustments to support changes. Go ahead, next slide. So we have to look at those things that are impacted by the adjusted school start times. So we'll have, oh no, go forward. One more. Yeah, next slide. There you go. Okay. We'll be maximizing academic options and meeting instructional minute requirements, providing visual, performing arts schedules, academic schedules that are accessible to all of our students, work within our existing infrastructure for, as I mentioned earlier, transportation, custodial services, and so on, and then also to minimize disruptions to our families and our communities. So things to think about. There are obviously a lot of considerations that need to go into these decisions. So once again, minimizing disruptions to families and communities, providing schedules that are accessible for all of our students, creating options for campus connection and after-school programs, and addressing the programs for our special populations. And once again, it's important that we do have engagement in this process. So we'll be reaching out to our community with surveys and also community meetings to gather that information. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about this work.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
No comments by phone at this time.
Any comments or questions from the board? Trustee Chan?
Thank you, Dr. Boatwright. I'm not sure if this question is best addressed to you. What sort of impact would this have on our bus routes and currently transporting our students?
So, we do have a certain number of buses, and the majority of our students do receive transportation services, and so this is an impact. And those. What we can provide with our buses will affect, decisions made according, about the schedules. So it's all very connected.
Thank you.
And once community input and a more in-depth analysis is conducted, we will get feedback and information related to the impact to our transportation and the proposed plan to address those issues and potential cost associated.
Yes.
Is there I know during the passing of the bill, there was supposed to be Proposition 98 funding that is supposed to offset some of the costs incurred to the individual school districts. Is that something we're also, I assume, looking into as well?
I don't have information on the funding at this time, Mr. McLean. I don't know if you do. We can certainly come back with that information.
I'm not aware of any funding that's set aside for this at this time.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Boatwright. This item is for information only. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is receive information regarding overnight field trips and day trips over 150 miles. Mr. Perez or Dr. Boatwright? I'm not sure who's presenting it.
You guys both have field trips on there. If you want, while you're coming back up, I'll just share. We have a variety of field trips on M4 Forum, and you'll see both the sport trips from both of their campuses, Central East and Justin Garza High. Special note, there is one item on there, as you can see, that is out of state in February. This is for the Justin Garza High School team to compete in the National High School Cheerleading Championship. They are requesting also to be able to travel to that location.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, this item will return to our consent agenda unless there is a request to bring it back under action. Our next item is receive information on the 2021-2022 preliminary dates for elementary schools attending Kelvin Crest Outdoor Schools. Mr. Garrett?
All right. Good evening again, President Carrillo, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Davis. I'm bringing this item to you tonight as information. Annually, Biola Pershing Elementary and Houghton Kearney Elementary attend Calvin Crest Outdoor School. This experience brings students into contact with science, history, and the wonder of the great outdoors. The experience for this school year is scheduled for March 8th through the 11th, 2022. Calvin Crest has implemented policies and procedures related to COVID-19 and ensure that they reflect the most current health and safety guidelines, and our field trip criteria and health data will be utilized and monitored as we approach the event dates. Administration is recommending that this item return as an action item at the November 9th board meeting, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments related to this item? Hearing none, this item will return under consent unless there's any request to bring it back under action. Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Our next and final item under information is receive information regarding change order number 18 for Justin Garza High School. Assistant Superintendent McLean.
Thank you. So this is change order 18, which is actually a decrease in the contract amount by $4,924. And it's a change order, no change in the percentage because it's such a small amount. We're just trying to continue to move these through to be able to pay the subcontractors on the project. We still have a remaining contingency balance after this change order of $3.1 million. Recommending that this item be coming back to the agenda on November 9th for action, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions related to this item? Any objection to having it return under consent? Hearing none, this item will return under consent to our November 9th board meeting. Thank you. Advanced planning, the calendar is attached. If you have any questions, please contact the superintendent's office. Additional information and closing comments. Is there any board member wishing to provide any closing comments or information? Trustee Chan?
For anyone that might be still there, just really appreciate had a chance to watch Mamma Mia over the last couple of weeks. It was fantastic. The students had their mask, so they did it in whatever way possible, but it was a great performance.
Thank you. Hearing no other comments, our next board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, November 9th, 2021 at 6 p.m. for our closed session and our public session beginning at 7 p.m. or as soon as we conclude our closed session. It'll be held here at the Central East High School Performing Arts Center. We will continue to provide remote access and access to our phone line. We do not need to adjourn or reconvene. Our final item is adjournment. What are the wishes of the board on this item? I have a motion by Trustee Chan. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Solis. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.